No.
Aliens heard you talking about technical issues. Oh no. Did you get to ask which pig Skye loves more? We need to know.
Mm. I don't love either of them more than the other. Um, I will say Icy is more reserved with affection, and she definitely likes. She doesn't want to be taken out of the cage as much as Whiskey does. Whiskey will like want me to take her out of the cage, and she wants to snuggle with me sometimes, and she finds ways to indicate that. But I love Icy the same. She's my little rescue baby, and I think she's the bestest little. I picked her out of like all the pigs. I just think she's the best. She's a sweet little girl.
It's a cute story. Vegan says, wait a minute. Did you do that on purpose so Skye could eat pizza? um,
Thanks for waiting, guys.
no, OBS freaked out. Because I opened up. I think I don't know if that was the cause. It was weird, but I don't know. I'll look into it. Um, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so I posted a link about her LED gloves. Is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm.
And also check out her other videos. They're pretty cool. She has like this hula hoop and has lights on it, and with the lights in the background, it just looks amazing. And she's just really talented.
I throw raves in here and I dance around like a silly person, but sometimes when I'm dancing around, it looks super duper cool.
It did look really cool what I've seen. It looked really cool. So definitely check her out, guys. Her link is in chat, but also it's in the title and down below her name or camera. Sorry. What happened? I think it was just a hiccup in my internet, or maybe OBS just freaked out. But yeah, definitely check out her stuff. Um, so any other interests or hobbies you want to talk about outside of gaming slash streaming?
um,
Do you like anime or
I
um
have spent a large portion of my life watching anime, but I don't like
follow it anymore?
I would say that I don't really watch anime anymore. That being said, I tend to rewatch like these same two really embarrassing animes when I'm PMSing. So like I've watched an entire series of anime in the past month.
What is it? Or do you don't want to say?
I totally don't want to say, but I'll say one of them is Sword Art Online. I'll rewatch all of Sword Art Online. My boyfriend like is not into anime, and he just doesn't like animation stuff in general. Like, um, but yeah, he's pretty much seen the entire series and knows what it's about because I just like binge rewatch it every time I'm hormonal. So
Does it make you feel like
I it
you
makes me
can
feel
connect?
all the things.
Oh, like a roller coaster?
Yes, yeah, no, totally. All of the thing. Also, like, I love the whole like being in the video game premise of the series is speaks to me.
Did you like
But
Log Horizon or no?
can can you repeat that?
It's another anime I believe that's like video game Log Horizon.
I don't know that one.
Oh,
Nope. So yeah, this is an example. Like, especially animes in the last 5 to 10 years is when I was like starting to watch less and less.
mm.
But yeah, I'd say like my biggest hobbies is like obviously dancing and going to live shows, but I make jewelry too, but
Do you
and
do
like
streams for that?
I have in the past and I have now set up some stuff so I can start doing it again super cool. I've done some test streams recently with my phone as the second camera and it works awesome. So I should be streaming that soon, but yeah, I started a business last year selling the stuff I make. So
Ooh, that's
that's
really
like
cool.
another thing I spend a lot of time on, I guess.
On Etsy or
Yeah, well, I just started my Etsy store like a few months ago, but totally.
do you
Yeah,
make
I
like
like would
gaming jewelry?
what's up?
Like I don't know, like maybe like
Oh,
umbrella jewelry or something.
I don't work with anything now or like currently. I've been making like knotted prayer malas. So like for people to use like in meditation practice and stuff. I think um well a ton of different uses, but that's kind of like my favorite thing to make. And then I make other I would describe like rave style jewelry that is like UV reactive or
Ooh.
like very very sparkly, so they're kind of like specifically for like when you're dancing or like if for costumes for going to raves and stuff, I'll like make my own jewelry and stuff. So
That's really
um
cool.
if I worked with something where I easily could, like even epoxy or like shrinking stuff, I like feel like I totally would, but that's something that I'll just have to support other creators who make gaming related stuff, I guess. Some people with 3D printers, probably.
Oh. um uh Roar says love Hina question mark.
Yeah, I love Hina. She's just so cute and sweet, and she, yeah. Naruto just took too long to come around. Well, oh, that's Hinata. What's Hina? Love Hina. I don't know what that is.
That's the older anime.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't. I don't know that one. Yeah, I'd say from like the animes I watched when I was younger and stuff, the one I've rewatched the most is Yu Yu Hakusho. Like I used to rewatch like Yu Yu Hakusho or like Dragon Ball series like every once in a while or whatnot. But eventually and like Naruto, but eventually I was like sick of filler. But
Mm-hmm.
um the one that I continue to rewatch, which like does have some filler, it's not immune to this critique, but Yu Yu Hakusho is the one. Like the last episode of Yu Yu Hakusho makes me just cry like a baby. Like just it's
There's nothing
intense.
wrong with that.
Yeah, they like really get you in the feels there. Attack on Titan, yeah, I'd like High School of the Dead was this random. I usually am not into like really fan service stuff like that, I guess, but I got super into High School of the Dead. I made a drinking game out of it in college, and I just thought it was the funniest shit that like ever was created because it had the horror element I wanted of like zombies and shit, and it was
Actually,
awesome.
haven't
But
seen that one.
don't bother. It's just
Don't.
never ever gonna be continued, and so like just don't bother ever. It's not that good anyway.
Wait, was a game made after it or no? Or sound like a game as well?
No,
I've only seen the first Attack on Titan season.
but yeah, there's been like a few too many like animes where like I would watch some first season and I thought it was really good and then like it was never continued and or like it never ended or something and
Yeah.
but that's it happened again to me with Attack on Titan. I feel I just haven't continued. I think there's more stuff out now that I just refuse to watch because like can't with you.
It was pretty like a roller coaster. Hello, is it a million? Hello. My Hero Academia question mark?
Mm-mm. Nope,
I haven't
I've
seen it
heard of that
either,
one.
but it looks
I
good.
I haven't watched any animes that aren't dubbed. There are animes that I've watched I liked so much that I watched it in subbed and dubbed. But I haven't ever watched like just a strictly dubbed anime or subbed like by itself that I can think of anyway.
It is easier to watch dubs. And you know, these and today versus like I don't know, 10 years ago, dub is way better. Like they
Yeah,
improved it, you know.
the translations I feel like now are better, but I love some bad translations of stuff like um I don't know if we'll end up talking about it but you talked with Queen about like books and stuff and you had read some cool horror books and movies too and seen movies too, but I always thought of Battle Royale as like a really good like horror comedy because the translation for the subtitles was just like ridiculous. It was ridiculous and just so good. Like so good. I like awesome, wonderful movie. The Hunger Games were just like just ripped off crap. Battle Royale was like but yeah.
I actually don't know of it. I'm
it's
sorry.
it's okay. I don't know a ton of like older horror movies I'd say, but yeah, it's a like it's, one of these old cult classic horror movies, I guess, where all these kids are on an island and like the last one alive gets to leave. But the translations for the like subtitles are literally like a girl would literally kill a little boy. And, and they're all like, I don't know, they're all like, uh, what's this? Grade schoolers, right? And she would come in and she'd be like, "Oh, you're dead now. I thought you were cute," and just like walk away.
Oh wow.
I love
Savage.
it's hilarious. But like, uh, it's good. It's a one of those. I love it. But that was really fun. Oh, I don't know that one. It had bad subtitles. Yeah, I don't know. Seems like something they would have been able to resub later. So I wonder if there is a better subtitled version than the original one.
The one with the wolf girl. I don't know.
I don't know what Gibi is. I've also well, I think that one was Japanese, and there's some other um really good like ghost story ones that are Japanese too. I think whatever. I like scary movies.
Do you have a favorite scary movie?
I don't think I have a favorite. I thought about this when you guys were talking last night, and I was going to be like, oh, if it comes up, I'll tell them how I have like my own IMDb horror movie list, and it has like 200 something movies on it. And anyway, I think I posted another one that was like every movie I rated a 7 or better, and I released it last Halloween. But like they were just movies that I think are worth watching, and it still had um, like over 100 movies on it or something. But I don't have a favorite currently, but my favorite one that I've seen in the past year was this movie called Underwater, and it's free on HBO right now if anyone has an HBO subscription and you haven't watched it yet and you like scary movies. I mean, I guess it'd be technically considered more of a thriller, but I consider it horror.
Is it American?
Imagine not liking The Hills Have Eyes. I don't like scary movies that have like unwanted sexual contact in them. So I like actually sometimes have to spoil scary movies for myself because like I'll like think that it's in there and I'll just avoid movies that have it. So the Hills Have Eyes series has it. I don't know if the first one does, but the second one does. And I think that's why maybe I've seen the first one. It was with that kid with the glasses and the curly hair. Oh, I think that's a second. Yeah, whatever. I've seen the trailers a million times, but I've never watched the movies for that reason. Sorry about that. I was like
I actually
something kind
don't have a favorite. Not really. Actually,
of, yeah.
haven't. I'm not really good when it comes to movies. I actually haven't seen many in the last long
Yeah,
time.
it's the games we want to talk about.
Yeah. Um. So I have a couple more personality questions.
Let's
Uh,
do it.
Do you want to talk about your jobby?
Um, I am like currently under slash unemployed. I used to have two jobs and I have started back at one of them, but yeah, that's been me like all of last year. But uh I have like a back I've, went to I got my degree and I've talked about how I used to valet cars. So like I've driven some like really, really nice expensive cars.
Ooh.
So that's kind of an interesting thing, I guess. Like I've driven like just yeah, crazy crazy cars. But and so that's how I worked outside. I would like valet cars outside. So, and I used to work at some like medical places in like medical support type positions, support staff, but I got injured like very badly because American healthcare system is just like screwed on every single level. And actually I like didn't stream a lot the next year because I have that injury. But so yeah, now I'm not really doing much. And I'll talk about it later, but it kind of affects my goals with streaming because I don't know what type of job whenever I do find a job, because I'm looking for a job. I don't know like what schedule I'll have or anything like that. And it's just it affects your stream like a lot.
Yeah, totally. I know, like, for the past, I think it was 3 years, I only streamed once a week, and sometimes I took those days off.
Yeah. Yep. Some jobs I've had have been like that. So I one of the I don't know. One of the questions is about how long you've been streaming, and I
Oh,
say I
we'll get
stream
to
off.
that soon.
Yeah, I was like, that's. I'll shut up.
Do you consider yourself an introvert or extrovert?
um, I have tendencies of both. I would say I'm more strongly introverted, but when I'm in situations in which I'm comfortable, or around people that are friends of mine, or like if I have a reason to believe that it's a safe space, where people won't judge me, I tend to
Yeah.
be like kind of loud and boisterous and like a jokester, I guess. I think I'm really funny. So at least when I'm not really funny, everyone can laugh at me for thinking I'm really funny. But um yeah, I've like always kind of been like that, I guess. So I feel like I can
I
be
can
both
definitely
sides of the
relate.
coin. Yeah, especially I don't know, it's like especially as a streamer, like if you're on um kind of like when it's be like at a party, if like you were the center of the room or whatever, and whatever you were saying everyone was listening to. It's kind of like
Yeah.
that. So I feel like a lot of streamers have they both. We're both. I'm both. I don't know. I love being at home though. Like Corona did not actually affect too much. Like I stay home and play video games. Like why my computer's here? Why would I ever leave?
Yeah. I, um, I, I, I go out less, but definitely not too
Yeah.
much has changed.
Yeah. People are like, I don't know. It's not like I never did anything. Obviously, I went to music festivals and stuff, but no, I mean, I'm usually at home playing video games or like streaming. So a bit of a homebody, and I really enjoy it that way anyway.
Now we're gonna talk about gaming history. First question is how and when did you get into gaming, and what was your first game?
So my when I was little, my parents said I was not allowed to play video games, and they would like chew me out and stuff when I was like playing video games. But my brother, I had a half brother, so he was with us like sometimes, and sometimes he was with his mom. But my brother had a PS1, and he would like let me watch him play, or like, um, yeah, he would like just let me chill out while he was playing and stuff. And I feel like he let me play sometimes. And so the first one I remember, because this is literally when I was like 4 years old, uh, or I guess like 6, I'm not really sure, but the first ones I remember are like Tomb Raider. And he played racing games that he ended up giving to me later. So like Formula One, and there was a Gran Turismo, I think, like the original Gran Turismo was, no, that was PS2, wasn't it? Maybe, oh, I think it was PS1. But anyway, yeah, they're like my formative years of memory forming at all, so it's a really hazy, the actual first ones. But yeah. I definitely the first I'd say the first one that I really remember as specifically is when my parents got me a Game Boy, and that was, I guess, their way of saying like I was going to be allowed to play video games now. We didn't ever talk about it. There was no conversation that like, oh, we're going to stop yelling you about it now. They just gave me a Game Boy with Pokemon Yellow. So that's
Aw.
probably like the first game where I like got to like sit and play it for hours and hours because it was mine. I owned it. So yeah, I just got Pokemon Shield like a week ago for or with some Christmas money. I've been having so much fun. And I did the math. I was like, I've been playing Pokemon since 1998, I guess. Like 22 years. And last 2020 was the first year that, or 2019 was the first year that I didn't play any Pokemon games in the 22 years that I've been playing Pokemon games.
Wow.
I'll say that. That will be my answer.
JDR Gamer Live says cool umbrella shirt and hello,
Hey,
and
hi.
also likes Pokemon Yellow.
Has Pokemon Yellow is the shit. I okay, yeah. 1977. Okay, but I got a Game Boy Color, so it was like 98, I think. So I must have been 10 or 9 when I started actually being having more access to video games. Yeah, my dad just now at the age of 30 became okay with me playing video games and has stopped trying to talk me out of playing video games. Like until the age of 30, he would still like sit me down and start telling me that I need to stop playing video games.
I think it's just because of how they grew up. So my mom was like that too. Orange Fox.
Yeah, I have like my yeah, I have older parents, so there was almost like a generation skip.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. My parents are older too.
Good, I'm not the only yes, but they couldn't keep me down. I play games forever.
Hey, Peter.
He secretly, oh no, so the reason my dad is okay with video games now, I shit you not. Um my my boyfriend I live with, I met him kind of through Twitch. Like we started playing games together and I played games with him for like 5 years and he was my best gamer friend or and everything. Um but anyway, we ended up like meeting up after we'd known each other like 5 something years. And so after he met my, we weren't dating at the time, but because we lived across the country from one another. But after my dad met him and was like, oh, okay, I like this guy. That's what my dad decided. That was the day he stopped. He then changed his sit down talks to from telling me to stop playing video games to be like, oh, well, you know about computers. You should get like a computer job. Like this is obviously what you're interested in and stuff. So
Aww.
he found value in it because I guess he valued the relationships that I formed through video. Now that video game has serves a real purpose in my life by finding me a man.
I definitely feel like
My
people
dad's
slow.
now on the video game bus. I hope you guys enjoy my story
That is a
about
good
my
story.
ridiculous father. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad he's changed his mind. It's just I don't understand why that was it. That was the thing. That he's like, "Oh, this she loves this. It makes her life better. She's happier." No, no.
I'm sure
Anyway.
he secretly feels that way. Proud of you. Um, if you guys ever are in a relationship with a non-gamer, you can always introduce him to games.
Totes. I totally. I think that's part, fun. And then also if you're into different things, I think that's like really healthy for people to have different interests and to have different ways that they want to spend their time and
Definitely.
yeah. Yeah, vegan burrito. That honestly was like I was really nervous about that meeting.
All-time favorite video game.
I wrote this down. No, I wrote down favorite horror games. All-time favorite video game, Outlast.
Really?
Yeah, I want to tell you that it's some game like Kingdom Hearts that I replayed literally hundreds of times. Like I would like to say, "Oh, this is the game I've spent years of my life playing." But here's the thing. If like you could beam my mind empty of experiencing one game and I could re-experience that game for the first time, like that's the game I would choose. So in my mind, that's my favorite game. Like I would give anything to replay it for the first time. It doesn't have a ton of replayability, but I have replayed it far, far too many times.
Did you get all the documents?
I don't know if I've gotten all the documents, but now you make me really want to.
Well, I think there's a trophy for that.
I don't think so. I started trying to like do it on hardcore, and so I know the first 30 minutes by heart.
Wow.
But that was basically where like I just couldn't get past the I couldn't get past the sewer basement shit. So
Um,
I,
did you like the second one or the DLC
no,
or no?
nope, I hated it with a fiery passion deep within my soul. I liked the part of it that was like the Japan schoolgirl theme. Um, again, a game with unwanted sexual contact in both storylines. I don't like why does this have to be, part of it? Like I'm doing this to be entertained. I don't know. Um
I also
I
didn't like the
digress.
second one.
Yeah, the second one was shit.
It was
You've heard it
totally
from both of
different.
us.
It
It yeah.
was it was more like cringe than
Yeah, and I don't
jump
know
scare.
why they did two like it it took you out from like being immersed in the story to switch between these like two stories. It was just dumb. I hated it so much. But yeah, anyway.
A-
Um
Apparently, Outlast Trials comes out this year, and
yeah,
it's
but
supposed to be multiplayer.
yeah. I mean, it just seems like another Dead by Daylight, you know, Left 4 Dead 2 kind of. Anyway, yeah, maybe I'll check it out. I don't know. I don't play games usually that are in early access, and I'm guessing it's going to release in early access. So,
Yeah, I don't typically play multiplayer horror games unless you count Phasmophobia. I actually like that one. I don't care
yeah.
for Dead by Daylight. Left 4 Dead is alright. Not something I'd play a lot.
Yeah.
Never tried Friday the 13th.
I tried it. I want to be able to like role play in it, but then I get nervous that I'm like shitty at it. So like I can't do the voice. I get like immediately stop doing voices and stuff like that. I should just get drunk and do it.
I
Release
actually
the
don't know anything about the
inhibitions.
game.
Um you're just camp kids escaping killers at a camp.
Oh.
Yeah. It's very similar to Dead by Daylight. I mean, they're two sides of the same coin.
Uh, DJ R says Outlast is special, perfect horror game, and DLC is terrific.
Yeah, I agree with JDR. It's
Um,
just to me like the perfect, the holy grail of scary.
it was pretty great. It was definitely my first horror game I streamed.
Really? Oh yeah, yeah, me too. It was the first one I streamed. I and then pretty much since then nothing's topped it. I I think I enjoyed Dead Space 2 almost as much when I was streaming it though. Like I just was having the best time playing that game. Like the graphics of all the like bodies exploding and like I was stuff would gank me. I was terrified out of my mind. I had a fun time though. Oh, I totally think we talk about that later.
PC or console?
So I grew up Sony. I had a PS1 and I had a PS2, and I kept my PS2 and I used it really regularly all through high school. I was a DDR queen in high school. I played DDR so much. It's dumb. And that's around that same time as when I played Resident Evil 4, which was my first Resident Evil game. But I digress. Um, then I was in college and I was really broke. So I didn't get a PS3 ever. And by the time I like had money, I was already streaming on somebody else's computer. So I knew I was gonna get a PC and so that I could stream. And I've been PC ever since. And I'm like really into it because I love to follow and I love to on Steam. I like wish list all my favorite everything I want, everything. And so I get emails when it's on sale and I'll get games like dirt cheap. It kind of like being able to get games that or like Humble Bundle has these great indie games that I love to play. And I really enjoy finding like that kind of stuff. So it's the perfect system for me because I'm really not. I also like paying monthly for like server fees and stuff. So I have a Switch right now. I don't. I've never paid their monthly online Nintendo stuff. It's just yeah. PC Master Race. Yeah, I said it.
Keyboard and mouse or controller?
Both, but I tend to use controller with horror games specifically because the clicky clack of the mechanical keyboard kind of like removes some of my immersion. So I think too, like part of like how terrified and like I you were so good. I loved your compilation. But Cersei, but you were so good at like not scream. I'll scream. Like I yell out and stuff like I'm very surprised no one's ever called the cops on me in any of the places I've lived. Like I will like anyway. Um so I play on the controller because there's just not a lot of noise going on. So I'm like really, really into it. I try to play with like the low lights and shit. But now I have a green screen, so I have to have lots of lights on so you can see me. But it looks so much better. I obviously I'm like gushing about playing horror games. They're the best.
Um, Vegan was waiting for you to see Master Race. Don't think you had a game scare since you vent head crabs in first Half-Life.
Oh, I can make it with my hands. Check this shit out. I did this. This is something I do with babies. My niece thought this was the craziest shit. I would make a little head crab, and then I would like attach her face, and I like suck her face, and she loved it. She thought when she was a baby, she thought it was the coolest thing. So yeah, I love the head crab. Oh wait, it's over here. Yeah, I want to get a stuffed head crab. I think they're really cool.
You should try Dead Space, Becky.
I haven't played the original or 3 yet, but I know they're fantastic.
If I missed any comments, just let me know. My next question is energy drinks.
I love my favorite energy drink is Balls. Bawls for anyone who doesn't know.
I don't know that
And
one.
it's not distributed very widely.
Mm.
It's they have it at cons sometimes and stuff like and big LAN events because they do sometimes like sponsor gaming stuff, and they were originally marketed as like a gaming thing, but they're just not widely distributed anymore. So sometimes for my October thing I call it macabre over, and I'll order like a whole case of balls so that I can drink them every day. Because every October I end up either I'm working or I'm sick every October, and anyway, I just get a lot of energy drinks so that I can stream all of the scary games all of October, and it's my favorite. But I can't get it a lot. So my normal one is the green monster. It's called like Paradise or something. And it's sugar free and it tastes so tangy because I think there's like pineapple taste in it. It's really good.
Interesting.
And I know the next question, and I don't really know my best. I don't have a good stream snack.
Same. That I
I
didn't
don't
even
have a
ask
good
Queen
one.
yesterday about it.
Yeah, I was like, when I saw that one, I was like, I don't have an answer for that. Like, I am chiller now. I thought eating on cam was like abhorrent, and I was like, I can't do that. I mean, originally Twitch was like real bit, real
Strict.
rude about you doing anything other than gaming on your channel, even if it's eating. But they've loosened, obviously,
Yeah.
you know, and I've gotten more chill about it because like I don't, yeah, I just gotta eat, I guess. I wish there was. I feel like there's not a great gaming snack because you need your hands to game. So there's not many that I maybe like Twizzlers, but I haven't eaten Twizzlers in years. But you can put just the end of the Twizzler in your mouth and you can kind of like munch up while you're playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a gamer feedback. Yeah, I
I,
think you could do that with Twizzlers.
I would take like a small bag of chips and not touch it, but just go like.
Yes, perfect. Yeah, just dump them in.
But
Okay,
it's so loud if you're streaming.
so the other thing is popcorn. If
Oh yes.
you put it on your tongue, it'll melt a little bit on your tongue. So like I people yell at me for eating popcorn like this, but yeah, if you just like a bunch of popcorn will like get in your mouth.
I love white cheddar popcorn.
Oh my god, yeah. That stuff's delicious.
Oh,
Delicious.
hello CBX. How are you? Gamer feedback? I've never heard of that. Is that follows?
Yeah, it's not all the time, but it goes off sometimes. I have to unhook it, I guess.
Oh, that's cool, Rhino. You want to do drunk karaoke to sing Gwen Stefani songs? I recently discovered she was still relevant. Don't hate me. Like she makes a lot of TikToks and stuff, and she looked like she didn't age a day. The next section of questions is horror games.
My favorite section.
The whole point of this, like the whole theme of this interview, like, um, picking streamers who are also, mostly, stream horror content is, yeah, the whole purpose. So, how'd you get into the horror genre? Did we kind of talked about this?
So originally when I was like a little kid, I would read scary books with like urban legends and stuff or like goosebumps and stuff. Or Christopher Pike. I read Christopher Pike too. And I started sneaking rated R movies once I turned 6 was my first rated R movie. I was 6, and from then on I was like determined to see scary rated R movies, and it was like a point of contention between me and my mom. But I started being able to see them with my mom on New Year's Eve actually. She would like let me pick out a rated R movie to watch, and I'd always pick a scary movie. um yeah, so I don't know, I just was like always into it. And then when I started playing games, I couldn't buy my own games originally. It was just like games that were given to me. But my first then when I could buy my own games, I bought Resident Evil 4. I had seen the movie at that time and I really liked it. Obviously, I had got this patch, and then I loved Resident Evil 4 like a lot. Well, I hate love it. I love hate it. I hate Ashley a lot.
I think everybody does.
I used to have a Game Informer like subscription, and she was voted like one of the 10 most useless characters like that you were stuck with in a series of a game. But um um yeah, so that was probably the first. And then just I feel like there wasn't a ton of I didn't know a lot of scary games for a long time. Like the Fatal Frame series was always under my radar. I couldn't buy my own PlayStation games at the time anyway. But once I got a PC, one of my first games on PC was Dead Island. And then, yeah, from there, I got Outlast when it came out. I just started going crazy, getting all of the scary games I could.
Vegan wants to know what movie it was that you snuck into.
I snuck into Resident Evil, and I snuck in no, yeah, Resident Evil, and then I snuck into Underworld.
Nice.
Or I borrowed Underworld? Hold on. Dawn of the Dead. That's the one. It had such good music in it too. And I was already listening to Rob Zombie at the time because of Twisted Metal series had a bunch of Rob Zombie in it. So like I already listened to like some metal. And I guess I was in grade or something, and started sneaking in. So I found a friend, and she let me see Pitch Black, which is the Chronicles of Riddick series, you know. Um, and then we started sneaking in a scary movie.
I think Laura was talking about if your mom likes scary movies.
Oh, no, my mom doesn't like scary movies, but she would watch the movies with me to like make sure there wasn't inappropriate stuff. Cause like this is when I was obviously not 18. But yeah, I mean, she wasn't willing to let me watch it alone, so she ended up watching these movies she didn't like. But yeah, I mean, literally the first year that they allowed me to do this, I had to think about it because The Matrix had come out, and like all adults everywhere were referencing everything about The Matrix, but I wasn't allowed to see it. But the first year she let me do this, I was like, do I see The Matrix or do I see Lake Placid? Because I had been looking at the big scary alligator jaws on Lake Placid for like as long as I could remember. But yeah, my mom does not like them.
It's really nice of her to watch them with you.
Yeah, I mean, it was I guess it was her way of caving in that I like incessantly demanded to have access to scary shit. Yeah, it's probably her fault for bringing me to the Blockbuster. She should have locked me in the car.
Thank you guys so much for the boost. There's 15 minutes left. If we don't make the goal, it gets refunded, I believe. But thank you guys so much. And Becky says, "What did you think of Dead Island?"
I loved Dead Island. The PC port is trash. The first time I ever played Dead Island, I played like on somebody's PlayStation or something. Crap. Um, but yeah, so the PC port of Dead Island is very bad. So there's like glitches and stuff, but I loved the premise. I loved running around murdering things with my friends. I loved the like customization system. Like I played the first time as the like very tiny because I played as the small chick character, and I upgraded Curb Stomp, and so I could like choose this tiny girl, and she would scream, and she'd be like, "Eee!" and she like crush their skulls in, and it was
Oh man.
fantastic. And I had a katana that was on fire, and you could make a katana that made them like basically get I guess like poisoned so you could like hit them and the zombies would like throw up violently. It was amazing. I had a great time playing Dead Island. Like,
I've never played it.
if you ever want to play, I would have the best time playing with you. I mean, you'd probably have to mute me. I might be running around giggling like
I'll write that down.
it was fun.
Dead Island. I played Dying Light, which sounds similar.
Um yeah, I don't like understand Dying Light, I think, but I've played other games now from the Dark Anthologies series from like that are in that universe or whatever.
Oh, it is? Didn't
I'm
know
not
that.
sure. It's like they're not exactly in the same universe, but it's like the same series of like different stories or something. I'm not sure I totally understand, but um yeah, Dying Light was totally one of them. I've seen it looks so pretty. I feel like I should be into it and it's just not one I've ever picked up. Yeah, it's a good zombie murder game
We made
with
the.
your
Thank you
friends.
guys so much.
Yes, that's so awesome.
Really appreciate it. Orange
Pass the game.
Fox is addicted to Dead Island. They don't
Yeah,
make him like Dead Island anymore.
yeah, I feel like I don't know, just it's a game that I really love. It's not on my favorite games anymore. I have it's funny cuz like when I first started playing, well, anyway, it used to be one of my favorite games. When I first started streaming, it was one of my first PC games and everything, and it was on my I would tell everyone it was one of my favorite games, but I have now played enough other horror games that it like is no longer in the top 10 cuz I love so much other stuff even more than that. But yeah, I don't know why I think everyone hated it because the PC port was so bad. And it was like you would glitch and it was but I was having
Is
such a
it
good
better now?
time. I have no idea. Cuz I feel like I played though like 2 like years after it released cuz I didn't have a system at the time that it released. That was like PS3, Xbox 360 era. That's when Borderlands released, BioShock. I missed a bunch of like really big series releases at the time when I wasn't gaming a lot in college. I only had a PS2 and like obviously yeah, so
I'm the same way. I was the same
yeah,
way.
I didn't have time.
Becky thought Dead Island was underrated, but
But
had a very good time with it.
yeah, they did, and I feel like it was pretty enough, and like the effects were good enough with all of the zombies and the different stuff you could the ways you could hurt them and stuff. I feel like the trailer lived up to the hype, you know. I don't know, yeah, just it had a I feel like it had a general like bad reputation, and I thought it was like a really fun game. So
Are you interested in Back for Blood or
Back for Blood, I don't know that one.
it's pretty much like Left 4 Dead 3 because it same people made it and it's pretty much similar. It's just everything's bigger, like bigger enemies, bigger map, bigger,
See,
more to do, I guess.
yeah, I feel like I prefer single player scary games, but I do enjoy like co-op scary games, and so yeah, like I'm trying to boot up my Steam now to look.
uh, you should add me on Steam.
Yes.
If you
Okay,
want.
good.
No pressure.
I'm
No
reading.
pressure.
Oh, you gotta DM me your name unless it's the same, which I feel like it is the same because you said
Yeah.
everything's the same. It's the same with me too. People will be like, "Oh, can I get your whatever name?" I'm like, "It's this." Like, just it's always Skystang. Oh, but
There's a neat early access game called The Black Masses that might eventually interest you both. Is it single player or multiplayer?
once it's
Did
out of beta, I've been burned with beta bullshit, and so I don't really give video games. I don't give the company my money for an incomplete game for the most. I've been gifted some betas that people were really interested in seeing me say, but
uh
fuck that shit.
Rhino
Gaming.
wants to know if you played Blair Witch. I haven't.
It's on my wish list, and it did go on sale, but it wasn't low enough for me, so I don't own it yet. It went on sale. I was kind of thinking about it, but I didn't really have the money at the time. I got a good Christmas gift on Steam, so I
But
almost picked up. Yeah, I honestly think the next games I'm going to be picking up are some choice based games that are like mystery thrillers, so like Detroit Becoming Human and stuff. It's not really the
nice.
same thing as like a very overtly scary game, but I find them very immersive and like thrilling. Um, it's a new kind of genre for me, so but I'm more interested in it. So I kind of wanted to.
I
Or
want to
like
try it
oh,
too.
so there's some like more horror ones that are like AMV, where like you're asking people specific questions. So like Detective Decker, I think, and then there's another one by the same game dev that's like about a murder. Anyway, they're not overt horror, but lots of horror themes, like unsettling.
Yeah. This is probably a stupid question, but I know that the Blair Witch is on Game Pass and you could probably play it from PC, but do you have to have an Xbox for that or for the I don't know what it's called when you can play
Oh, where
um
you have to have that specific store or whatever,
yeah, Windows or
like
Microsoft.
the
I don't know. I'm not an Xbox person, but I feel like if you wanted to play on PC for free, you could if you had Game Pass, which is only like $1 most of the time.
Oh, I might have to look though.
Oh, they have a separate Game Pass for PC, so she doesn't need Xbox to have it, right? If she wanted to use it.
Mm-hmm. I'd have to get it though, but I could.
Vegan says it could be single player or multiplayer, the Black Masses, and it's like $8 right now, and you just didn't even care if it was good.
Disposable income. Hashtag.
Inhuman says, should I get Last of Us or Spider Man? They're two different genres, so do you feel like
The Last of
action?
Us,
Yeah,
obviously.
Last of Us, the
I
remaster,
haven't
is a masterpiece.
I haven't played it yet. Let me make sure. Isn't it on PlayStation? Is that why I haven't played it?
It is free on Game Pass PC if you have it. Game Pass is on Windows also. Okay, thank you guys. So she don't need the Xbox then. Then that's cool. Cause I know the Xbox Game Pass has a lot of cool free game like well, you have to pay for Game Pass, but it's a really great deal. If you don't care if it's good, you could try Humble Bundle or Fantastical Games. I don't even know of Fantastical Games. I'll check them out. The Last of Us would be a more unique experience to play through. Um, I think The Last of Us is more story heavy, and then Spider-Man is just like action, combat fighting, while Last of Us is gunplay. Well, thank you, Adam. Let me see. Um, did you want to talk about other horror books, or did we already cover that kind of?
um, yeah, I guess yeah, because I said horror movies were my favorite, but that I used to read like
Yeah.
compilation scary books.
Um. So your all-time favorite horror game is Outlast. Do you have a favorite indie horror game?
Well, I made a list because I couldn't say just one, but this is like my top 6 scary games. And the very first one I'm going to say other than Outlast is was an indie one. Among the Sleep is like hands down my second favorite horror game, like hands down. And then and but it was very short. So some of actually multiple of these are like pretty short, but Soma is another one which Soma and Layers of Fear are both ones that over time I really really loved, but when I played them, I didn't think I liked them. When I played them, I was like bitching about this or the other, and it wasn't perfect, and it wasn't Outlast, and it wasn't good enough. And but over the years, like I still really, really love Soma. And Layers of Fear's story was not very clear, but so many of like the scares and like I'll remember like very specific scenes and stuff from that game. They just like really, really imprinted on me. So, and then Little Nightmares and Dead Space 2 and Dread Out, which is the only one I've gotten to play that's kind of like Fatal Frame S, because it's another one with like pictures and stuff. So I actually have sequels to that, but those are my favorite scary games.
I was actually curious about Little Nightmares and Soma. I may give those a chance soon. And then I haven't heard of Among the Sleep. I'm gonna check that out.
Among the Sleep is like 3 hours long. It's very, very short, but it's one of my favorite scary game. Like I don't it's a cute scary game. And so like I think that's something I enjoy watching you as a streamer is because like I love like you're cute and you have, your um, animal onesie and just your general kind of, I think, as a person. Very cute. And then it's like all the scary stuff and it's like both. I love that. That makes me so happy. So Among the Sleep is one that's like that, where it's like it's cute horror. It's like it's like satisfies something in me. It makes me so happy. I don't know what it's like both sides, and it's like even more terrifying. Or less terrifying. I'm not really sure, but I really enjoy it. And but yeah, Soma is just like regular scary, but it's definitely just a really, really decent scary game. So you should wait and see if you can get on sale sometime because it's really old at this point. I bet you could. And you should, and then I want to play. Want to watch you play it so bad.
I was able to get it for cause PlayStation Plus, they like give you free games every month, so I
Yeah.
do have it in my library. I just
So
haven't
now
tried
you
it.
have to play it before it goes away.
Well, I do have it.
Oh
Like
yes,
it stays.
perfect.
Yeah.
It's a sci-fi horror game for sure. And this isn't a spoiler, it's a premise of the game, but it's underwater, which is
Interesting.
actually so the movie Underwater, which was my favorite horror movie of last year, that was like released last year that I've seen in the last year, it had Soma vibes, like hardcore. It was like you're in the underground thing and everything. And like
Have you
walking.
heard of Made of Scare?
No, what is that? Tell me.
I think it's made by the
Oh
same. I
yes,
could be
yes.
wrong. I
Yep.
could.
It's on my wish list. Made of
Okay.
Skur. Yeah. I saw my favorite horror streamer. Who someone totally tagged my favorite horror streamer in your original post about doing this series.
What's her name again?
Call of Cthulhu, which and
Oh,
so on Twitter he's Fall of Cthulhu. But he's my favorite. So I watched him play a little bit of Maid of Sker. It looks like a pretty long game, I think. So definitely one where like I know the puzzles are gonna frustrate me, but it's on my wish list and I'm gonna pick it up at some point.
I wonder if it's the same style as Soma. I think it has some. I forgot what, like if it's the same developer or what. I can't remember. I just knew there was some similarity. I
Oh,
can't remember what though.
they have a
Or
the
publisher maybe.
atmosphere is very different, but I wonder if the game mechanics are similar as far as the puzzles and I mean, I wouldn't know because I haven't played it, but
Yeah, that's what game mechanics. That's the word I was trying to find.
yeah, totally. I mean, I don't think BioShock was a different vibe, and BioShock came out like 10 years before something crazy.
Hey Zerk, sorry I missed your guys' comments on Matrix. Hello, so much good sci-fi horror.
Kids are talking about, yes.
Have you heard of the Resident Evil?
Resident Evil 8 is like in production, right?
Yeah, it should be out this year.
I know. Sorry, I gotta like,
Go
yeah.
ahead. What's
I
your
want it to
thoughts
be.
on it? Um, are you do you like the Resident Evil 7 and 8 or no?
Okay. 7 again with this has now been a thing I apparently mention a lot, but yeah, it has an unwanted like sexual contact, I feel, and I just didn't like the story. I feel like the main character was just so dumb. Like
Yeah.
I understand it's not I'm a horror fan. Like it's not like I don't pause critical thinking because like the story wouldn't happen if like they were smart. But it just was like too dumb for me to follow. Like I don't know. The scares were good and that I hated the boat like very so much. So
Yeah.
so yeah. I'm gonna replay it sometime. I've only played it once, so I'm actually gonna replay it whenever I do. I kind of wanted to start replaying the Resident Evil series. I started zero and then I haven't streamed it since
They
because I
have a
thought it was
huge
canon and
following.
it's not canon. And then I was like, well, why am I streaming it if it's not canon?
I think it's really good. I was thinking about replaying it.
Okay, well, I started that one and then I'll redo all of them in a row. Except I haven't played 5 or 6. I've played all of them except 5 or 6.
If you care about analytics, I guess 4 and 7 have the highest um viewers. And you know the remakes, obviously the second remake. Hello, Ira. Oh, Vegan
Era
said
mentioned Fear, and it's super good.
I haven't played that one.
Um, it's an older series. I feel like it was out around the same time as the Half-Life series, and it's definitely a shooter game. You
Oh,
know the way some of like Dead Space 2 is a shooter scary game.
yeah.
But I really liked. I thought the story was cool, so I don't know. I thought it was a really fun game, and so I played the first two, but I haven't streamed the third one yet.
Um, Vegan says Soma is made by the same devs as Amnesia. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of a different game then. Well, I'll have to look it up and let you guys know.
The condensed. Oh yeah.
Eternal
So I
Darkness of the
have.
Spot. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, Ira mentioned Eternal
Oh,
Darkness of the Spotless Mind.
yeah. I've seen that movie.
Oh, it's a movie.
Yep. It's an interesting movie.
Is
I
that the one
find
with?
time hoppy movies confusing because I have ADD.
Is that the one with
Jim Carrey.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
Thanks for the follow,
Totes.
Dexter.
Um, So I like didn't like Amnesia very much. And I did like Amnesia Bay of Pigs. And then I played the new Amnesia when it released in October, and I hated it with a fiery passion deep within my soul.
Why?
Oh, I hated being pregnant. Like
Oh.
I hate like if the game mechanic was used less frequently, it would have been fine, but it was literally like every I don't even think it was 30 seconds. I think it was less than 30 seconds every single time. It's like, "Hi, you're pregnant. You need to interact with the game based on how fucking pregnant you are." I'm like,
Eh.
"Hi. It's been 10 whole seconds." Like, I don't know. It ruined the game.
I I tried Amnesia like a few weeks ago and I just couldn't get into it. I felt bad because I know like they're really good and I just couldn't.
The atmosphere is good, the graphics are good. I think the stories are always good. They're very to me like I feel like Lovecraftian and that, there's like a lot of lore and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I didn't like Eternal Darkness was a game. Oh, I was thinking Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind.
Oh.
I'm so silly.
I didn't know it was a game either.
I've heard of it, but I haven't played it. I thought it was on PlayStation.
Hey friends, Fran said he knows you.
Yes, and I didn't say hi.
I'm sorry, I've probably been I like
No,
been
I love when you catch.
pronouncing wrong, probably.
Oh,
Did I miss any other? Oh, hey, Alex. I was on the Explorer page. I think
yeah.
the boost definitely helps.
We're talking about scary games because they're the best, obviously.
Sorry, I'm so behind in the comments. I'm just trying to catch up real quick.
Sure thing.
Okay. If I missed any questions, let me know.
It's more of a stealth game. Gotcha. Manhunt. Oh yeah, that's. I haven't played it, but I feel like they have horror elements, but they're more actiony to me. But it's not like stealth games aren't horror. Yeah, I'd say I don't play a ton of stealth games. That was probably what was like the hardest for Alien for me. Like, it,
Isolation?
yeah, Alien Isolation was very scary, but like, yeah, I feel like it mostly ended up being a stealth game to the point where you had to memorize where every single alien was. I feel like the
That game was
difficulty.
so long. I couldn't finish it.
I had to try like two, maybe three separate times to finish that game. Yeah, it was. Yeah, the second time I was playing, I got interrupted too. So I had to try three separate times to finish it. It's a really long game. And I think what makes it so long though is like getting
Sneaking?
murdered a lot
Oh.
and sneaking a lot. Yeah, it's very time consuming. Or Loser
Roar
Shoot
says
Larry.
Freddy,
Yeah,
Jason, Michael Myers, or Chucky. Actually, don't know. Like,
I know all of them, but none of them are really my favorite series.
same.
Like, I love any slasher stuff. So, yeah, I'd say I prefer Jason's series over Freddy's, or and Michael Myers too. But yeah, Chucky and Freddy, I probably watch like and enjoy the least. I didn't. The new Chucky movie was like available for me to stream on one of the services I use, and I still haven't watched it. Maybe it's Netflix.
Um, Ira says you can do jail time in Australia if you have Manhunt in your collection. That's crazy.
Yeah, Australia has like banned a lot of games over the years. just based off like stuff in it, I guess.
Scal says, "Are you familiar with the story of live plane crashes in the Andes? Survivors have to eat the dead to stay alive. 70 days. Always thought that would be an interesting video game."
I've like heard of that story of the Andes crash, you know, because just other stuff. So I love that with and I guess we're going to talk about belief in the paranormal later, but and this isn't one I necessarily believe in, but I love it in the context of like Wendigos, because that's supposed to be like a whole thing of like flesh eating or whatever. So I want a horror movie I really like that's like a comedy horror movie because it's just so bad. It's like a B horror movie. It's called Ravenous, and it's kind of about Wendigos and like people being forced to eat flesh and stuff like that. Like in this, so like the Dahmer party in the mountains, and they had to eat each other. Anyway,
Did you
fun
play
stuff.
Until Dawn?
Nope.
They
Until
have
Dawn is in the series. Until Dawn's the one that I got confused with the one you had said.
Time Light.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was
Yep.
thinking that, but I didn't say anything.
Yeah, totally. That's what it was.
Dying Light is a lot like well, at least it sounds like it's a lot like Dead Island. But yeah, Until Dawn, that has Wendigos. I believe those games are on PC now. I think. Have either of you seen Coherence?
It's super good. I there's a couple thriller scary movies that are like a party of people eating dinner, I guess. And that's like the premise, you know, like a dinner party. And there's three of them with this similar premise that I feel like were kind of released in the same time, you know, but and I love them all a lot. But my favorite's The Invitation. I still rewatch The Invitation every Halloween because I just love it so much. Coherence I watch almost every Halloween, and Witch Hunt, which is free on Prime, is usually free on Netflix, I think, and The Invitation is definitely free on Netflix. But all of them, I mean, they're all completely different stories, but all of them have that cozy dinner vibe with like, anyway, they're so good.
Sounds like a game. Could be a good game.
Totes, why not? Anything can. I want all the scary games. I want scary games of every single brand.
Cirque says aliens or predators. I don't. All these movie questions I can't answer because I'm not really well versed with movies.
Yeah, I like the aliens. I just rewatched all of the alien movies in that universe or whatever, including like Prometheus. But not the other one with Jupiter, because it's like an entire movie of nothing until the last second. Um, I just rewatched them in October because I was playing Alien Isolation again. Hi there.
Wow.
Hello, little fuzzy. What you doing? You came for cuddles?
She's so needy.
She want to come sit up for a minute and get some lovin's? Cutest.
I did stay up pretty late last night, so I ended up napping a lot today. So she felt neglected.
Oh no. She should have came in. She could have napped. Be right back. I'm gonna go eat a piece of pizza
Okay.
because I'm out.
Don't get your cheese. Don't get your cheese. I'm gonna put you down, okay? Say bye, guys. Say bye, guys. Say bye. Bye. Sorry. The scariest thing of wait. Um. Oh, she said she liked the crossovers. The live story would be great. The scariest thing about something like that is that it's real. You know, there was this game that kind of reminded me of what you said about the crash. Um, I don't remember it, but it is based on a true story, a Russian story. Is it called? I forgot the name. It wasn't the funnest game, but it was very. It had like horror aspects, and it was like a walking simulator. But it did have its scary moments, and it was heavily based on real events. Because you find documents scattered around.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
If I missed any comments, just let me know. So, yeah, I guess we touched about the horror games, so we can move on to, like things that scare you or about the paranormal.
So, I have a lot of anxiety about things, I guess. But as far as like tangible things, pretty much the only like tangible thing that gives me like real unadulterated fear is I'm literally deathly afraid of cockroaches. Like in Outlast when the little roaches were crawling, I had to like cover the screen. Um, I have like anxiety attacks when I need to kill them myself. Yeah. I hate them. But as far as like me
I'm that way
believing
with
in the parent
bees.
bees, okay, I'm not the only yeah, it just and it's like an irrational fear. Like I go full flight or flight when I see them, like I'm gonna die. Like
Same.
my body interprets the presence of a roach as like DEF CON 10 life or death situation. um um I did watch a horror movie about giant cockroaches when I was 6 years old.
Maybe that's what happened.
I don't yeah, roaches in the pet. Get out of here.
Oh,
No.
really? That's crazy.
No.
I mean, that's awesome, but like unique.
I
What do they
can't.
eat? I don't know. Apple gates.
His tenants, they don't pay. Oh, I hate that. Yep, that's the worst. It stresses me out. I've been in there and it stressed me out. It happened to us when quarantine happened because we live near restaurants and like we had to deal with like the roaches moving away from the restaurants during quarantine
Oh,
and we had
wow.
issues. So it's like just yeah, it was a very stressful time for me. It was a bad time. Good reason for food for reptiles? Yeah. Yep. I have some friends who
Ooh.
do that.
I didn't think about that.
um, but yeah, I believe in some paranormal things, and I don't know if the context of that is like I expect to see it in my lifetime or I like am happier in this lifetime choosing to believe they're real. Like that amuses me the most. Amuses me the most. I don't know. Like this is the life I want to live, like thinking that I could run into. So I'm super afraid of in the paranormal. Like like I think there's scary shit in the woods. I don't know what. It's not normal stuff that could, I've like watched all those missing 411 pasta cats and stuff. I'm suspicious of the woods. And I'm like super afraid of skinwalkers, which are like specific to the area I live in. And I found out about them like after I had decided I was going to move here. And then I
What's
found out
this?
about skinwalkers.
What is that?
So it's a Native American folklore thing. And actually, uh, they don't really talk about it. because like they really really believe it, and that is what makes me really really believe. Like if the Native Americans truly believe this is real, that's enough for me. Like as far as I'm concerned, like the motherfucker's real. But so yeah, so they're just supposed to be like kind of magical beings that were originally like medicine men or like shaman that shapeshift into like these bipedal creatures. And they live in the desert in Arizona, so I'm super afraid. Like I don't want to drive in the desert at night. I'm afraid I'm gonna see some sort of like I don't know. I'm terrified of them. But yeah, so but you know, other stuff with paranormal, I'd say I'm a healthy skeptic. You know, I'm like if it's a ghost or whatever, I'm skeptical. But I've met other people too that very obviously honestly have told me about experiences with like ghosts and stuff. So like I'm definitely very open to the idea. But except for these specific things that I know I believe for sure until I see it, I guess I.
Do you believe in aliens? I know.
So yeah, I mean NASA like confirmed this shit like in 2020. By the way, there was like a
Nobody
couple different
noticed.
there was a couple different ways that it was confirmed actually with like some international space stations and then some astronauts speaking out and stuff like that. Like it's like well known now. There's aliens. This everyone should know.
There
There's
are some
aliens.
people who believe in a flat Earth, even though it's confirmed.
I don't
She plays off.
I pretend I'm happier pretending those people don't exist. Speaking of paranormal, I can if I can pretend that like there's weird stuff in the woods that will murder you, I can certainly pretend that flat earthers are just a rumor. That's just something people tell you to make you think other people are stupid, but nobody is really that stupid. Yeah. Shape-shifting monster. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. I mm,
Scal says $1,000,000 to eat a live cockroach right now. Do you do it?
yeah, no. 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 I would not touch like my hand to a cockroach for $1,000,000. Like they have touched me before and I've spent the last time a roach touched me, like crawled on me. Um I spent like at least an hour and a half like hysterically crying. I don't mean like no, I mean like you can't breathe because you're sobbing so fucking deeply. Like I literally thought I was just gonna die because
Like
I like
hyperventilate or something?
couldn't yeah, I couldn't breathe like at all. But yeah. No. I would never willingly choose to touch a cockroach. There's just not an amount of money that I'm like, cool, man.
But spiders don't phase you?
No, I'm cool with spiders. I've
That's
actually lived in a house. No, the second place I streamed from was this house that was actually infested with wolf spiders, which are like this big. Um, they were pretty big.
no, thank you.
Spiders, spiders don't bother me. So
That's pretty
it's
big.
great when I have roommates who like I'm afraid of roaches, but they're afraid of spiders, and like we can get each other.
Aw.
I'll take care of any spiders for anybody, or like snakes. I'm like not worried about snakes and stuff.
You guys also have like scorpions, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen a scorpion since I moved here.
Oh.
I was actually hoping I would never see roaches here, but yeah, there's roaches here.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a scorpion when I was there. I was only there for like a week.
Yeah, I've been here
Um,
2 years and I haven't seen one yet.
what about tarantulas? Have you seen? Do you guys get a lot of those?
No, I haven't seen them yet, but I think there are some that live here,
Hmm.
like in the desert.
I think I'm scared of tarantulas. Hey, Ghost Marine, good. How are you? And my friend
Oh,
Skye is who we're talking to today.
yep. And so we actually finished the horror section, I think.
You have snakes. Wait, who?
it's I think it's because I mentioned snakes. I was like, I'm not
Oh,
afraid of snakes. I will proof the earth is flat. No. You're just trying to make me think those people exist, and you can't make me think that because I choose to believe that they don't exist. And I know you're trolling me, even though you're not writing Kipo. Kappa Kipo.
that's so crazy. Um, if I missed any comments, just let me know. But we're gonna move on to the next section of the interview, which is basically her streaming journey, which I'm actually really excited to hear about because it sounds like we been on the platform for pretty much the same time. And I actually don't know anyone. I don't know many people that way, so that's pretty cool. So what, um, first of all, what do you stream and when?
So I mentioned that I don't have a schedule right now. Um, and I also mentioned that I have like ADD and stuff and anxiety and stuff. So I have many issues that keep me from having regular schedules, but I usually stream like probably Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and I probably stream from like 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, which is 2. I'm on the west coast of the US. So I'm like, I guess, well, actually, you stream around this because you stream so late, Cersei, that it's kind of, even though you're streaming so late on your side, it's kind of around when I'm streaming, although the hours I stream are like earlier, I guess. But yeah. And what I normally stream is I call myself a variety streamer, but mostly because there's just like not enough horror games to only play horror games. You know, like I don't only stream horror games, but they probably make up the most of all the types of games I play. And then other variety includes like indie games, or I try a bunch of different genres, I guess. Like, I don't know, it's on my bio, but I've played a bunch of shit, all sorts of stuff. I've even played like kids' games and stuff. Um, and then I do dancing. So I'd say now my it's like half and half dancing and video games, except during like October, or if I'm doing like a scary game event, I'll usually just only play scary games for that month or whatever. More
Yes.
pig streams. Yes, okay. I said I was going to stream the piggies once a week, and then like I have not done that.
She's talking
But
about guinea
I
pigs in case you weren't here earlier.
yep, I we'll see. I did just order some new guinea pig stuff.
Oh,
So, and I'm going to be ordering some new stuff for their cage. So, um, I didn't have I have sometimes we'll set up a camera for their cage and stuff like that. So people can redeem, like, I'll do up the cage or I'll go give them a treat or whatever. Especially during non-scary games, because I feel like it breaks the immersion of scary games a little bit, but especially just like fun, cute games, indie games or whatever. Um, I'll do the guinea pigs and stuff, but I wasn't for a long time because, like I mentioned, Icy was sick for a long time, but the vet now says she's better, and so I don't know. We'll see. There should be more guinea pig content this year than there was last year. Um, but
Ghost,
yeah,
Ghost Marine says he likes your Resident Evil shirt. Hello, Irfan. How are you? Thanks,
you
Skill,
pup and
for the
nest.
cheer. There is a movie called 1998. Wait, there's a movie from 1998 called The Nest, which is about cockroaches. Would that be a movie you're referring to, Skye?
Yeah, and I typed it in chat, but I rewatched it like years later because I was like, maybe it'll help me get over the cockroaches. But I
Oh,
just like
sorry.
hid. I like hid most of the time, and it made the noises, and ugh, it wasn't a good. That wasn't smart. I don't know why I thought that would work. That was stupid. Bad Sky.
Well, at least you tried.
Yeah, yeah. So I think I actually saw Mimic and I saw both of them. So I ended up rewatching the one I had seen when I was 6 years old, and then I watched the second one because I had to watch all the horror movies. I guess I don't really know. I don't know.
Ira says when you look at Google Maps, the world is flat on the screen. Vegan says my screen's curved. Spider phobia. Even a commercial with one panic attack. Ooh, that sucks. Uh, my next question was how long have you been streaming and how did you get into streaming?
So I'm gonna answer how I got into streaming before how long I've been streaming. So in 2012, I was living in like a gamer apartment. It's hard to describe. Like, I had roommates who played video games before, and because like I would live with people with similar interests as me, and my friends had similar interests as me, but this was like an entire house of like 6 people, and we had like 3 PCs in the living room, and like every single game system hooked in the TV, and then like video game and anime shit like everywhere on the walls and stuff. So when I lived with these people, they all played League of Legends together and they all watched Justin TV, and all of them would be like, and I was getting interested in a game called Smite at that time, and they all of them would be like, "Oh, Skye, you're so funny." And like, cute, you would do so good, you would be the best, you'd be like, you totally have to stream, people would love like hanging out with you while you're playing games. That was, I know I sound like an idiot saying myself, but just my friends incessantly would like, I play Smite and they'd be like, you should totally stream Smite, people would totally watch you. And so basically for like a whole year, and at the time I was finishing my last semester of college or my last year of college, but basically after like 6 months of them annoying me, I finally was like, all right, like I'll consider trying streaming out once I start playing Smite, but I'm not gonna start playing Smite and like streaming until I graduate college because I was like, I that's gonna like fuck up my last semester. Like if I start getting into this game that I want to play all the time. So I graduated college and I started playing Smite. And then a couple months later, I got my first big girl job and I bought a webcam and I borrowed someone let me stream on their computer PC. I didn't have my own. And I started streaming in 2013, May 2013. So it's almost 8 years now.
Wow.
And
When's your anniversary? Do you know?
May 5th, I
Oh,
think.
wow. That's
Yeah,
easy to
I was
remember.
like, it was an accident, I guess. But yeah, I don't think that's, I'm not really into Star Wars and stuff. You know, I like The Mandalorian a lot, actually. But yeah, it was just an accident. I think I had one stream before that, but like when I looked back at my analytics, that's as far as it goes, is May 5th, 2013. So um, it's been a long time. And then so I don't know. It was Twitch had just changed its name from Justin TV to Twitch, and like I don't know, I was kind of like one of the first. There wasn't a ton of people streaming back then, and there wasn't a ton of people streaming the game I played, and a lot of people wanted content on the game I was playing. So I don't know. I was like really lucky with when I came in and the people I got to meet. I think that's another question I'm going to answer, but I've gotten to like meet a lot of people, like other streamers and stuff from Twitch and stuff like that. So Smite's a big brain game. Yeah, it is now. I started playing when there was 8 gods, and there's like 100 something gods now. So I've been playing that game a long. Yeah, I don't play it all the
Dead
time.
by Default also likes your shirt.
Yes. Yeah, I knew everyone would impress. I would impress everyone.
Scal wants to know what's your favorite Resident Evil.
Resident Evil 3. It's the one with the guy
We're
whose
talking about the
name
original,
isn't
right?
Carlos. No, I haven't played the original, so I haven't done the clock tower scene. But I played the remake, which doesn't have the clock tower scene, so I don't know anything about the clock tower scene. But um am I thinking of Resident Evil? No, yeah, Resident Evil 3. So like Resident Evil 3 had Nemesis in it, which was the scariest for me. The game was super super short and I wish it wasn't, but like I loved the main character. I loved the supporting character. I loved the monster the most out of all of the Resident Evil games. So it's definitely my favorite. Nemesis scares the ever loving shit out of me. Like, is that what I said? I did, yeah. I like just didn't want to live without. Is
It
his
was a
name
pretty fun
Carlos?
game.
I feel like I'm remembering the wrong name.
No, it is Carlos.
Oh, good. Yeah, Carlos is a
Yeah.
sexy motherfucker. Like,
The
mm.
hair.
Woo! Oh my god, preach! Like Carlos is just the best of anything ever. So
The original Nemesis game is your favorite Resident Evil, Skye?
I I can understand because Nemesis is like such a good.
What challenges have you faced as a streamer and how have you overcome them?
um, I wrote this one down. So I'd say the first challenge I had to overcome with streaming is that I switched jobs and they had completely different schedules. Like I went from working days to working nights. So the first big challenge I had in streaming is that the base I had built up was everyone who was watching me at a specific time. And then the time I ended up streaming literally like overnight and was like a completely opposite schedule. So I kind of almost like I would have people come in like, how do you have, however many follows, like 100 followers or whatever, and like no one's watching you. But, I
Drinks.
had to kind of start over because of that. And that's happened to me since, like when I moved from the nighttime job to a daytime job. And then, so that's a specific thing that was a big struggle. And I basically overcame it, I would say, by either putting the time in to consistently stream at that time and having a couple really long streams where I streamed at my old time and like had everyone in the chat and like could tell them like, hey guys, I'm streaming all at this new time because like Discord didn't exist back then. And like I had a Twitter, but it wasn't widely used by everyone in the chats back then. So like it was the best way to communicate was like to get everyone watching me and to tell them like, hey, I now stream in like in the middle of the night. I would get home at 11 for my job and I would stream from like 11:30 p.m. until like 4 a.m. every night,
Oh wow.
East Coast time. So
Did you have to wake up early?
no, no.
That's good.
So I would go to sleep from like 6 a.m. to like 2 p.m. or whatever. Um, but so that was the first big uh problem I challenge. And then I'd say the next big challenge is I have like mental health issues. Like I mentioned the ADD, which just causes general struggles with me being a productive person. And so things in my life are like, or like doing background streamer stuff that makes things run smoothly or like allows me to have the time to stream by me having other things done. That's a big struggle basically forever. And I've mentioned my anxiety over the years. I have been medicated off and on for my anxiety. That's just what's best for me. But there's just been times where after my grandparents passed, I got like crazy depressed and like my stream schedule was super weird and sometimes I'd stream every day for weeks and then I like would stream once for a whole month. And so my mental health bullshit is a really big challenge for just me having consistent streams over time, or probably getting in the way and like causing me not to be able to stream when I otherwise would have. Um, so that's something that I think people can overcome by being more on top of your mental health and being more proactive. So it's like noticing when you're starting to have issues, and instead of like just kind of waiting for it to get bad enough to really affect stream, is to be proactive about like starting to skip streams, during that time when you're streaming every single day, to start skipping streams, then to be making sure everything else is going on in my life right, so that I don't just like all of a sudden need to take like a month off streams so that I can deal with my in real life shit that's been piling. But it's not something I'm totally great at still. Like,
Well,
I,
I don't think you should feel bad because, like, um, people don't really talk about this, but all streamers face highs and lows. Even if they
mm-hmm,
have perfect mental health, like, every single one
yeah,
experiences the lows. And, I think a lot of people experience anxiety in this day and age with, like, societal pressures and the whole people comparing each other and stuff like that. But like in
yeah,
your case, I think that it's very admirable that you suffer from anxiety, but you still like put yourself out there in your comfort out of your comfort
yeah,
zone, and most of the time it sounds like you overcame it. And the whole ADHD thing, like you may struggle with like a schedule, but like you kind of make up for it with your talents and your creativity, stuff that I lack. So I find that as admirable as well.
yeah. I just know you, so I don't know. I was like, I thought this idea was super creative, but
I appreciate that. I, I,
yeah.
I did get it, I didn't come up with it on my own. Like I have a friend who does something similar. I just kind of
Cool.
made it my own by saying horror.
Heck yeah, man.
Yeah.
We gonna make it. Yeah, I don't mean to like off pit people by how open I am. Like, I don't mean to sound like I'm a person who's like, I'm a fuck up. Let me talk to you about all my problems all the time. It's more like I'm very, very open about the struggles I've had in the past or the struggles I have at a given time. And I just happen to be in a time where there's struggles, obviously, like Corona and stuff. And I like work a front facing job part time right now. So be warned, if you follow my Twitter, I'll bitch about anti maskers and stuff. But I'm dealing with a lot of anxiety.
That's understandable.
And like stuff going on in this country. Like, I was tweeting about it, but yeah, I like just started medication recently that should be helping me. But normally I'm not always talking about this stuff because I'm not
No, I
always
think
having to
it's
deal with it. But I just want to specify, but I'm very open about it. So yeah, if you don't ever want to hear people talk about that kind of stuff, then I'm not the kind of person you want to be around. I'm like really open about.
I think it's all right to be an open book. It's not and um like, especially if your security is not at risk. I think it's good. Cuz then that's easier to build genuine friendships with the right people.
Exactly. Yeah, I find a lot of, you know, I don't know. I comforting. You get that like social support feeling, knowing that other people like either can relate by similar things or like have actually can empathize because they really feel like they go through what you go through.
Definitely. So, yeah, I can definitely empathize. Was that our next question? No, that wasn't our
Um,
next question. Our next question
so
was about trolls and bullying.
okay, so I mentioned this in passing earlier, but like I grew up in the 90s where I had no social skills. I would like act all crazy and act out. I was like ADHD, and I was interested in a bunch of stuff that girls weren't supposed to be interested in. And I grew up in the Bible Belt, so I guess gender roles were super important to them. I don't know, they made me it my problem as a child, but whatever. And my name was Skye, which I don't is like more common to have weird names now, but let me tell all of you, in the 90s, it was not okay to have a weird name. And everyone treated me like I was this crazy, weird piece of shit because my name was Skye. So, as an actual child, I decided like anybody who like bullies and like has a problem with me, like for being who I am, even if I'm an obnoxious, like socially awkward person, that's not somebody I'd ever want to like me. Like the person who's bullying and stuff, like I would never want, there's not a scenario that I desire to have their good opinion because I think they're a piece of shit for being like bullies, for being hateful, horrible people. So it was like this idea I've had from a very young age where I finally was like, I don't like give a single shit. Like, if you have something bad to think about me, then I don't value your opinion or think it has any worth whatsoever. So that was kind of like a good base attitude, I guess, before I started streaming, because then people would come in and be like, oh, like you're ugly. And I'm like, don't look at my face, you fucking dumb piece of shit. Like, why are you looking at my sorry.
I think
Fucking, I don't
maybe they
know.
were
Like,
blind or something.
yeah, I just am like, I don't know. I do. I'm not saying there's never been something where like I just read it and it did get through to me, because sometimes someone comes in and like says some like crazy graphic weird shit about murdering your family members or whatever weird shit they say. But yeah, for the most part, I've just like was bullied enough for long enough of my life. Like until literally pretty much until late high school, where I started actually starting to get social skills and make friends that I didn't have issues with those friendships. In like late high school, and then I was still kind of anyway. But yeah, so I usually make fun of them. Yeah. So I mean, I know this is kind of like hypocritical of me to say I hate bullies, but yeah, I don't really like view them very highly, so I'm pretty mean to them. I like to make fun of them, or I'll make them uncomfortable. Queen does the same thing. Like I'll say shit to make them uncomfortable because I
I
don't
envy
know.
you
It
guys.
doesn't make me uncomfortable. Yeah, I think you'll get there.
I
Honestly,
don't
I don't
have
know
a
if
good
it's
combat. Like I never know what to say, and then I freeze up. And then oh gosh.
I think the years of bullying, like I usually do have a good comeback, and it's because of the bullying. It's because people would just say nasty shit to me, and if you couldn't say it back to them like passing in the hallway, then you feel like they got the one up on you. So I got used to it. Like I'll I'll just say something back, but whenever people are looking for whatever reaction they're looking for, they don't find it with me. Like they'll
That's good.
never be as bad as the bullies I had when I was a kid. So like I don't know. I'm never really impressed. They never really they pretty much leave me alone right away. So yeah, I don't so yeah, I think if you like really focus on the fact that like anyone like treating you not with respect, as far as like trolls when you're a streamer, that person immediately loses any value to you as a member of your community or as somebody that you want watching you at all. Like they just were nasty when it was free to be nice. It costs you nothing to be nice, and they just went out of their way to try to be a bitch to you. And so like just like really focus on that and don't even think about like it affecting you, I guess. I would be my advice. I think you just have to know the second they say that, you're worthless by like
It's a
as
good
I
advice.
don't know if anybody's worthless. I think they need help, but in the eyes of like what words you're going to read and put value to, those words have no worth.
They could also impact your chat's vibe, your
Mm-hmm.
stream vibe.
Yeah, it's not something. It's like I think a lot of females, and I mentioned this because you were doing like a lot of female scary game people, so that's cool. But I think a lot of chicks feel the need to like be one of, to be someone who can roll with the punches and like entertain people who are being disrespectful for longer than they need to. And sometimes I do just because I'm like feeling like fucking with somebody. But for the most part, like, so few times will that ever be something that like betters your community. So it's just not worth spending your time
That's a good
with a
point.
back and forth with them. Like, just ban them and move on.
That's a good point. I should t- I don't think I do that enough. Not that it's been a while since I've had troubles, but like yeah, I have really good mods. But I'll keep in mind not to.
Yeah, maybe it's not something you struggle with, but
Sometimes,
they come out
sometimes.
sometimes, man. They come out and they say nasty shit, and you're like, bye, banhammer.
Sorry, I'm just reading the comments.
Me too. Yeah, bullies are weak. Yeah. Yep. I feel like it's easy to tear other people down because it's a like bitch move to do, you know. It doesn't make you it doesn't like make you any better. So that's why I say people like that need help, cuz like I'm not sure the logic of where you're emotionally getting good feelings out of making someone else feel bad.
Yeah.
What's my
Hello,
pin number?
McCahoon. I'm Cahoon. How are you? Question for Skye. What's your pin pin number? Next question is we kind of talked about this, but has streaming impacted your mental health?
So how has streaming so it says like how has streaming impacted your mental health, and so I wrote positively first and then I wrote some negative stuff. But positively, it affected my mental health because I mentioned my social anxiety, but the thing that helped me like get over my social anxiety enough to be going to big music festivals and stuff is that for like 4 years I went to the Smite World Championship. So like the second year I was streaming. Yeah, totally. They can have no value for other people's human like feelings and shit. I don't know why, but um yeah, so the second, third, fourth, fifth year I was streaming, I would went to the world championship of that video game. And so like it was like big crowds of people, but it was like the streamers that I would watch and like the people from my chat or like people that I played Smite with. And I wanted to be there like so bad. So the first year I did have an anxiety attack, and the second year I almost had an anxiety attack, but I left and was able to calm down. And the third year was the same thing as the second year, but the fourth year I didn't have an anxiety attack at all, um, or like was even close. I was very drunk on the last day, but so it helped me mentally, I feel like, overcome this like crippling social anxiety in crowds because it gave me something that I, I like such a good social support group and so much desire to like overcome this anxiety to like put myself in a situation I knew would make me happy, even if it freaked me out. And so that is probably like one of the biggest things. And so the social anxiety, and it also gave me social support through like really hard times in my life. I've been streaming for like 8 years, and just like I don't know, every single struggle I've had since then, even if I'm not streaming at the time because I'm depressed or whatever, like when I do stream and like, or even like having those memories, or just like when I, do stream and I'm even like not super happy, but people still come hang out with me and like say kind words to me. Just the internet friends I've met, even at those other gaming conventions I mentioned, like it's been a social, they, support group. Like that's what they call, that's what my psychiatrist, they're like, do you have social support? Like what's your community of people that like make you, that you surround yourself with or whatever. And they've been through some hard times with me. So all my internet friends have affected me positively in that way. And then, but there were some negatives, and most of them are my own anxiety. So when I can't stream, I'm the one telling myself, like, oh, you're a piece of shit. You're, your own failings like are negatively like affecting like the fun times you can have with other people. You could be spreading joy right now, you bitch, like it's like internalized of like raking yourself over the coals, feeling bad when you miss streams and when the content's not as good as I wish it was because I didn't put my own time, making it super amazing production quality and stuff like that. I feel like the negative mental health stuff is 100% my own issues and my own internalization. That's stuff I put on myself. The community never doesn't make me feel, they are always like, take the time off. We're totally cool, Skye.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we are exactly dead by default. Absolutely.
I was just thinking that we're our own worst critic.
Yeah, this is definitely, I kind of wanted to specify like the only negative stuff is my own. I haven't really experienced like hardcore bullying or anything, I guess, like, or drama, or like, I guess there could be negative mental health stuff to streaming, but that is really the only way it has affected through my own fault.
Well, I think it's gonna get better for you, especially as the world gets better. Um, I think next year will definitely be a good year for you.
Well, it's this year now, but yes,
Well,
or
I mean,
this
like
year,
to
or next year.
2022.
That will be a good year too. I think
This,
this year and next year are going to be pretty good.
yeah, I think this year is gonna get better. I mean, it might be slow, but I think by
Yeah,
the end of
super
summer, it's
slow.
gonna be much better.
But that just means I
Especially,
have time this year to like get my shit straight.
yeah. But it sounds like streaming helps you a lot. So I do
Totes.
recommend making more time for that. Even if it's like once a week or every other week or.
Mhm. It's so worth it. Like there's definitely times where like you're not feeling like streaming because of X, Y, and Z, but it's so worth just like going live and hanging out with everyone, cuz like the same way we can affect like the viewers positively and put them in a better mood, they can affect us positively and put us in a better mood.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. Um
Um, Ira said also had anxiety at the first invite as well and lost 300 because of pressure and anxiety. I'm sorry to hear that, Ira, but hopefully it's
oh,
gotten better for you.
invite tourney. Yeah, I think, yeah, performing and like being in big groups, if it's not something you've done a lot, or like if you haven't gone to tournaments and stuff, I can totally see it.
Oh, that's
Because
what
like
you meant.
I didn't always know I had anxiety in groups until I was like in some groups and I was like, this is not okay. There's so many people here. Yeah, it's totally stressful. It can distract me from terrible things, or just like relax me because I'm playing some fun game. Like, oh god, yeah. When I'm like having a good time playing a game, it just makes your heart all happy and you're all like gooey inside. Phrasing.
Um, You talking about the camera?
No, I just said something dirty.
Oh, I thought you
Dirtily
said
phrased.
freezing.
I said phrasing, like I
Oh.
phrased that like very sexually by accident. What's the worst game I ever played? Husk. Husk was the worst game I've ever played. It was a joke, man. There's a clip of me because like my friend told me Husk was a bad game, and I was like, the trailer looks really cool. I love scary games. It'll be cool. Like, it was some like indie horror game, right? Walking simulator kind of thing. And my friend clipped me saying, like, I don't think it's gonna be bad. I picked it up for $2. It'll be worth it $2. No, it was like the worst game. It was the worst game ever. It was, yeah, you can get it on sale for like $2 pretty regularly. Go ahead and try it and tell me how much you hated it.
I'll look it up.
Oh my
It's
god. I
188 right now.
It definitely, I mean, it was an amusing stream because I was so frustrated and like incredulous at how bad the game was. So, I still think those are worth streaming or experiencing because you're still making memories with chat and stuff like that. So, I'm really glad I played it. And now I have this opinion about how it's the worst fucking game ever. It's at 1.88. Yeah, it's a really terrible game. Like I was like, these reviews are being too harsh. And then I played the game. God damn. I don't know. What about you, Cersei? Is there like a horror game you like really hated?
Well, I didn't really like the Outlast 2 game,
Yes.
but in terms of like this, there was this horror game I really wanted to like. It was a Filipino horror game. It's called Nightfall Escape. And I really wanted to like it, but
Hmm.
it was so buggy that I absolutely hated it.
Um,
And the boss fight took me hours.
yeah, there was one game think called Black Sails or something. It was some like murder mystery on a boat that I had the same like I couldn't get past the glitches. I tried, but like the port was too broken and I literally couldn't get it to work, so I had to give up.
Oh, that also
But
happened
that's
to
so
me.
sad. I love playing like too. Like I really love playing like foreign horror and stuff. I think actually Among the Sleep that I mentioned as one of my favorite horror games was a Spanish studio, I believe, but it was not American studio that made that game.
I also really enjoy foreign horror. I recently played Remothered 2 that was pretty bad.
It's
Too buggy.
buggy. Damn it, it's on my wish list too. It's just I'm gonna wait till I can get it on sale dirt cheap, but it's like I don't know. I
Maybe the
like don't
PC's
know.
better, but the console version was
Oh,
pretty bad.
okay. If the one on yours was pretty bad, I feel like maybe mine is pretty good because it's got to be good on something.
Hopefully they fixed it. I mean, it's been a few months now.
Yeah, I feel like the game's been
But the
like
first
around.
one I really love.
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, I there's a lot on my wish list. I can't wait to play more. I just played my first like Norse horror game, and I guess it was made by a Swedish game dev, I believe.
Do you
But the
remember?
Apsalav or the Unforgiving the Northern Hymn.
I'm gonna write that
Um,
down. I'm gonna check out
it
your
was
wish
really
list.
good. Yeah, just look at my wish list. Yeah, I'm gonna make you DM me your Steam name so that I can add you. Oh wait, I know it. I know it. Pull it up. I had the Steam up to add you, and then I ended up looking at. I have the questions pulled up so I don't get too stuck.
I think there was a question on chat. I'm trying to find it again.
What was the worst game I ever played? Nice Resident Evil. Mal Calhoun.
Oh,
McCalhoun.
I think yeah,
Calhoun is
that's
the
what I
best
was
name
gonna
ever.
say.
Thank you. I hope you
Matt
like it.
Calhoun. I've been mispronouncing it. He also
I
likes
I
your
was just
shirt.
thinking M Calhoun. Okay, Calhoun is the name of I love the name. I feel like I might know Calhoun, but I know another Calhoun if I don't know this Calhoun, but it's the name of this really terrible B horror movie about like the old west with werewolves. So like there's like an outlaw on the run and like a sheriff looking for him and then like the stagecoaches get attacked by werewolves. It's super just like cheesy, and I just think it's hilarious. And anyway, the sheriff's name, like the bad guy, the guy who's gonna like save it, his name's Calhoun, and I just think it's the best thing like ever. So Calhoun is just a fantastic fucking name. That's a werewolf killing name.
Oh, hey, Macho. Glitchy just makes a horror game on 2 different levels. I know, right?
Oh my god. An unplayable level.
Have you seen the movie Cannibal?
Nope.
Okay.
I
Do
have
you
seen some cannibal.
do you care for South Park?
I've seen except the last few years. I've like watched all the seasons up to the last few years. I haven't seen.
It's a horror comedy made by the same people.
Really?
It's really funny. I don't really like movies like that, but it's funny. Okay.
I like horror comedy. So you yeah, Cannibal? All right.
I mean, technically, it's kind of a musical.
Oh, a musical.
There's a couple
Hmm.
songs.
Trey and Matt Parker. Yep. Yep,
Yeah.
that is fun. Yeah, I'm adding you, and maybe you can see my wish list has all the games I haven't played yet. But
Nice.
yeah, I have a list on my. I have a list on my Twitch page that's like every game I've ever played, and you can, if you read through it, you'll see like most of them are horror games. I played a lot of.
Looks like my wish list is gonna grow longer tonight.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I have them all on there because I get an email when they're on sale and then I can go look and like see. That's how I end up getting them stupid cheap.
um, is there a game that a lot of people have played that you would recommend? Wait, not a lot of people have played. Sorry.
Not a lot of people have played that I would recommend. Yes. Although keep in mind, uh, just because I keep mentioning this does have reference to unwanted sexual content. It's like a very vague reference, but it's there. So I have a trigger warning for that because obviously not my favorite games don't have that. I don't like prefer that. But this game called Stairs, um, like a set of stairs you ascend. It's a pretty short horror game, but it goes on sale really, really cheap. So if you just watch it for a while, um, um, it anyway. And the reference is like super, super vague. Honestly, I don't think a ton of people. Yeah, but Stairs was. Am I confusing Stairs and Hector? I, I'm like confused. I'm not sure if I'm confused. I think they both have like vague references, but Hector's was more than like I didn't think that it did, and it totally did. I don't know why all the games have it. It's like every fucking game. Anyway, Stairs. Just watch it. Oh my god, Stairs. No, I'm not going to tell you. It's really good. It's a
I
really
trust you.
atmospheric game. The puzzles aren't too hard. The story is really really cool. I was like blown away by how cheap I think I got it for $5 or under. I want to say I got it for 3, but I got it for really really cheap. It's normally $12. I got it for like 5 or what, and it's a pretty short game, pretty short, but wow, like it was a really really. I was like stunned when I finished it how good it was. Like parts of it kind of reminded me of Soma as far as like how good the atmosphere if I was like walking. So that's one I would recommend. I think not a lot of people have played Hector either. I'm gonna type it in chat because it's
I'm
spelled weird.
totally gonna steal off your wish list and
I hope
add
I
it
would
to mine.
love to watch you play these because both of them. Stairs is definitely more story oriented. Hector is just fucking scary. Hector, I don't think this will spoil anything, but Hector was, and it's an older game. I think Visage did this a couple times and it was freaky, but Hector did it first. So
Interesting.
It's a game where like I know it sounds like a spoiler, but I promise
It's
you'll
okay.
never expect it when it happens. But it's a game where like you might hear something and you try to turn around to like hide real quick, and the hallway you were just walking down is like a brick wall. Like you'll turn around wanting to run away and hide from something scary,
So it's
and
trippy.
like it's a fucking wall. Like I have deep memories of the first time I played Hector where I would literally like bring my character and like huddle against the wall. And I'm like too terrified to like go. I just want to sink into the wall right now. I'm too scared to go forward. Um yeah, so Hector is scary as fuck. Like so scary.
That's immersion. Sounds
Yeah, that's
awesome.
immersion. Like I have think clips or like but definitely
I'm
memories
definitely
where like
checking those out.
yeah, where like my body is literally I'm like closing my eyes and I'm like cannot it's yeah. That's a good it had yeah, it was very atmospheric and it's kind of old. I wouldn't say like the graphics are going to wow you, but it's another one that goes on sale for stupid cheap and it's very scary. It's also kind of short, but
I like
so
short.
scary. Yeah, I anytime people are like, "Oh, I need like some scary games." These are the ones I mentioned cuz not a lot of people have played them or heard of them, and Hector will definitely scare you. The Evil Within 2. So, I liked the first one and not the second one, and the second one has a cum monster. Will this get you demonetized on YouTube? I'll talk about it. I talk about it in my chat sometimes.
I haven't finished the second one, but I love the first one. I
Okay,
plan on
I
playing
won't
it,
tell you then.
trying to. I plan on giving it a second chance soon, probably next month.
Kind of did. Yes, it's a repeating joke in my chat that there's
You don't have to worry about demonetization. I don't
okay.
monetize my YouTube.
Gotcha. Oh, so yeah. I'm gonna there's a lot of games that have like sexual jizz and stuff like
References?
in the video games. Like it's clearly that's what it is representing. It's what it is. And yeah, so it's kind of a repeating joke because it's scary games that it's like shown up in. But I'm not gonna spoil anything. Just when you play Evil Within 2, you will know what I'm talking about. When it happens, you're gonna be like, oh gross.
Is it gonna be like a
But
monster
if you
with like
liked
shaped like something?
I it is shaped like something, yes. But it doesn't look phallic. It looks not phallic, but it does look like something. It's like yeah, I have a picture of it, but I don't think there's
Sorry.
like a way I could easily post it to you guys. It's like on my computer. So, yeah, it's but yeah, that I think that shit's funny, I guess. I have a command for it. But yeah, Evil Within 2 was pretty cool. If you liked Within 1, I think you'll like the second one. I really loved The Witch, but then it just didn't end up playing out like how I thought it would. I don't know. But I liked the first one more. It was good though. I liked the Bethesda scary. I liked the gameplay mechanics and like the different weapons you could get and stuff like that.
Yeah, I like
It
that
wasn't
too.
like too shoot 'em up or like too stealth only. Like it was a good mix.
Um, One question we missed is who would win in a fight, alien or predator?
Well, the alien predator hybrid is the one that won, right? And it started killing off all the regular predators in the crossover universe.
I've never seen any of those movies.
Yeah. Answer C, the alien predator hybrid.
If I missed any questions, just let me know. But yeah, I'm having a good time talking about all these horror games.
Yeah, me
I'm
too.
excited. I don't know
It's
what
the
it is.
best.
I love checking all of them out and like adding them to my wish list.
I was,
And
yeah, and
like it's just hard to find streamers who are like, I know a lot of people like horror games, but it's hard to find people in my niche who like the same horror games, like indie ones and foreign ones.
yeah, I
So
feel like there's been a lot of indie horror games that really pleasantly surprised me. Um, so like I've really enjoyed playing them. So I mean, um, I didn't get to talk about any of these, but I mentioned I like cute horror, and I have a whole list of cute horror games. And two of the ones I played this year that were indie games like this, where it was like cute, but it was a horror game,
is it
was
Doki
Night
Doki?
of. Yes, I played Doki Doki for the first time this if for Halloween. I was dressed up as Yuri, but
So cute.
yeah. I did Natsuki and I did Yuri.
Aww.
So and I kind of figured I could use the same costume if I replayed Dread Out or if I bought White Tay, because both of them are like Japanese schoolgirl
I
outfits.
love White Day.
It's on my wish list and
It's
I
definitely
haven't
one of
played
my
it yet.
favorites.
I really want to play it because definitely it's the similar Dread Out vibes, and I loved it so much, so much. So I'm very excited to play it one day, and I'll dress up like a schoolgirl, I guess. But yeah, Doki Doki Literature Club was the shit. I, I, it was my first dating sim, but I just had the best time. It was so good. And
Actually, I think the same for me.
yeah, I've never played that kind of stuff before, but it was just so delightful. It's, and like it just made me so happy. So, but the two other indie scary games I played that were scary cute games were Oxenfree and Night in the Woods. Oh, and Little Misfortune. It's almost a year ago that I played Little Misfortune though. But and Little Misfortune was a non-English studio. It was something different, like Bulgaria or Spanish. I don't know, but the original English language wasn't English, but Little Misfortune was really fucked up. Not like overt scares. It was just like the uh, so good. Oxenfree is a horror. Yeah, it's. I feel like the cute, scary stuff doesn't. People like are reluctant to say it's horror, but you can at least agree it has horror elements to it. But yeah, it was pretty scary in my opinion. Like kind of the same way I can think of Doki Doki as a horror game. But yeah, Oxenfree was fucking awesome.
I'm gonna try Blair Witch sometime, but probably be in a couple months from now because I have a huge backlog.
It does check if no, totally. Yeah, I think especially with cartoony aesthetic, it's hard to think of it as horror.
I
But
think
like
it's
Oxenfree, uh like Doki Doki, that was animation as well.
the sound design. I think makes games scary.
Yeah,
Like it could be like cartoony and then
but it's still really immersive.
yeah.
Yeah, another one I was thinking so Little Misfortune is another like hand drawn. It was really scary. Fran Bow, that's another like that's a horror game, to me. Even though it's like somebody else might not consider it. I do always say like a cute, scary game, but it's all under horror for me, I guess. Yeah, yeah, it does like good character development and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I picked it up in an indie Black Lives Matter game bundle,
Nice.
so I got it super cheap. So that was cool. That was like a fundraising for Itch.io that they did but yeah, I got it super cheap too. I obviously just like live for getting scary games like super cheap.
Macho says, have you played Zero Escape games?
No, I have one of them on my wish list. I think it's Zero Escape Dilemma. Time Dilemma is the one that's on my wish list. I just recently in the past year have been getting into these type of like decision style games.
I think you'd
Um
like the Dark Picture games anthology,
yep.
Dark Anthology games.
So I played Little Hope. I didn't play Man of Medan, but I have Man of Medan.
I must say, Until Dawn's way better than both of them.
Okay, I definitely am gonna have to look at it again for sure. Man of Medan. Yeah, I have Man of Medan. I finished another one though. It'll say here I have finished. I thought I finished one. I thought I finished another one from the same series right before it. I did Vampire this year, which a lot of people might not say is horror, but I did
Uh,
it during quarantine. And if you guys don't know about Vampire, it's like based around the Spanish influenza epidemic of 1812. And I played it during
oh man.
quarantine. And like, it's like this theme that it's like the flu is killing everybody and like cover your mouth when you cough and stuff. I played it at the perfect time for it to be like very horrifying. That was another good one I played this year.
I think that's the same. Yeah, it's the same people that made Life is Strange.
Okay, so I have Life is Strange and I haven't streamed it yet.
Yeah, those games aren't horror at all, but
Yeah,
I
that
think they're still
choice
fun.
stuff, can be interesting.
But you mentioned earlier about Detroit, and I
Yep.
think those games, the Quantic Dream game or Quantum Dream, I think it's Quantic Dream games are really good. There's like four of them.
I think now that I'm like looking, I don't see the game I thought I was gonna see. But apparently, I guess Little Hope is the only one I. Oh, because I was playing Amnesia. I was like, I thought
Oh.
I played another Dark Pictures anthology game during October, but it was I was thinking of the new Amnesia, and I played Little Hope.
Did you play Home Sweet Home?
I have it on my wish list, but I
So
might not
there's two of
because it has
them.
like mixed reviews.
The
I'm gonna
first
check.
one I absolutely loved, and it felt like Outlast because of the hide and seek aspect of it
Yep,
and
it's on my wish
puzzles.
list.
The second one wasn't as good, but I still had fun with it, at least the first half.
Yeah, I once I get and play the first one, I guess I'll decide about the second one. But yeah, it's another one that I've been kind of waiting to go on sale
Because
for real cheap.
we were talking about like, you know, Dread
Yeah,
Out
like
and
yeah, like
um
Japanese horror
with the whole
schoolgirl kind of.
school. My favorite horror games happen to be in schools. Like
Yeah,
detention
it's
and
because they're
stuff.
fucking terrifying. Yeah, that's why I loved Dread Out so much. It was just like so yeah, it's super scary. That yeah, so obviously I have a bunch of those. And then I saw you played Yuwari Walks Home at Night, Midnight or whatever.
Really?
Or I thought you had
You
in
were
your
following me
finished
that
game.
long?
Well, I saw in your thing somewhere
Oh,
that you played it, right?
yeah, yeah.
No, I was looking through your videos trying to figure out what game you were playing when I started following you. So I saw it was in October, and I was like, I'm gonna go see if she has videos from October, and then I'll know what game she was playing. But I couldn't figure it out. But I saw that you played that game, and I really want to play that one in the second one.
I liked it. It had a lot of
It
Japanese
looks so cute.
what's the word? Folklore. It wasn't
Yes.
a very uh view wise. Not a lot of people enjoyed it, but I thought it was great.
Yeah, I'm very curious like about the information you get about the different monsters and stuff like that. I don't know. It's kind of like I found it interesting. It was like when the original Pokemon released or whatever, and then Golduck was like based on this Japanese water demon. I love shit like that. I love like these old gods or like these like deep lore.
You're
you know,
gonna
from
love White
cultures that
Day.
were like passed on, you know. So yeah, I love that shit. I live for that shit.
You'll
So I'm
absolutely love White Day.
yeah, I'm it's on there too.
But
It's funny, White Day's been on my it's been on there. It's gone on sale, but it's like never dirt cheap enough for me, but it's been
yeah.
I've on my wish list for like years now.
Well, I
It's been
must
a long
say
time.
a lot of the ghosts are missable, so you should definitely try to find them all because it makes it really cool. Like it just makes it
Gotcha.
better. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's more of like one where you really want to totally
Experience everything.
yeah.
I dread out that way too.
Yeah, yep. And I feel like just the way the puzzles are, you end up doing it trying to figure out the puzzles anyway.
Did I did we miss anything? Oh, no, I think I was just gonna ask you some questions which I already asked. Quantic Dream Games. Come on, David Cage, send me another 12-hour movie. They are pretty long. Those decision games are pretty long and cinematic like.
Hmm.
Especially since there's so many different scenarios.
Yeah.
I still want to play a lot of them for like trophies and stuff. But yeah, I think PC definitely has the best sales,
Hmm.
especially on third-party sites if you do those.
Yeah, especially with indie games, which I really like, so
I
that
don't
works for me.
I know you use itch to
Itch.io and
yeah, itch.
Steam, and so I really mostly buy them through Humble Bundle and Steam because I just got into Itch.io the last year, but um yeah, that's kind of where I when they have big sales, I'll like go in and just look under the horror tab and like that's how I found some games that I ended up really loving.
There are a lot of cool websites out there where you can apply to get free indie games from developers and stuff as
Hmm.
content creators. Have you checked any out?
I haven't, and I used to be on an email list from a friend of mine who did it stuff. He would basically like set that all up and send email, and if you're interested in a specific one key, you would message him back. But he hasn't been doing it, and I haven't looked on my own. Um, Something I struggled with a lot my first few years streaming was like getting stuck in games and then like getting to the point where I get so frustrated I like couldn't figure it out and I couldn't continue the game and then I'd like basically want to give up. And that specific issue of frustration can be more of an issue with like indie games where there might be game breaking bugs and I don't realize I'm in a bug, or like there's not really a hint system. So like the puzzles are really like, how could I ever possibly know to have interacted with this one fork that looked like every other fucking fork that I couldn't interact with? So like, why am I going to press
Good
on it anyways?
point.
Like, I there's a higher propensity for me to get frustrated. So um with streaming, I would for a long time kind of like I do try to play indie games and stuff like that, but I definitely do go for more polished games or like games that I can confirm don't have too many game breaking bugs or aren't like so difficult that like I'll never be able to finish it. And I then if I'm just sitting there like and that's happened to me with some of the scary games I played. And Amnesia, during the first Amnesia, I had literally finished the game, and the very last one button that you would press to interact with this thing to finish the game, I like went up to the thing and tried to interact with it and nothing happened. And so I like went back and forth to every single square inch of the map that I could access for an hour and a half until I was almost fucking crying. And someone told me, "Oh, go back to that first thing you already fucking interacted with." I'm like, "I have tried to touch that thing 3 separate fucking times. You are not telling me that's the thing." And you had to like long press when that wasn't a game mechanic the entire fucking game, by the way.
Another
Yeah.
pain.
I was literally crying in frustration when I finished Amnesia. Like, I'm not saying that's specifically why I say it's like not a favorite game of mine, but like I was crying out of frustration. Like,
Nah,
and it was
really.
not a good feeling. It was not like entertaining for everybody. I was just fucking so mad.
Aw.
So like, and that was in 2015 or something, but like I try to put a little investigation about my games so that I have the belief that I'm not going to be putting myself into that situation.
Yeah.
But it still happens.
Yeah, that makes
It
sense.
happened
Yeah.
to me in Stories Untold, the same exact thing. The
Wow.
same exact thing with the last button press of the game. And it was something that I clicked on like 5 fucking times. Yeah. An hour and a half. Like, that's not just anyway. I should spend more time in that, but I obviously still have issues. I feel like those are games that don't have enough reviews to give me the information I want on whether I'm going to be in that situation and then my stream of it is going to be ruined because I'm getting too bitchy and frustrated. I sound so over it. Yeah, I'm definitely over it.
Well, it makes me feel better that I don't know if I'm gonna go back to that game anytime soon, if at all. The Amnesia.
Yeah, honestly, just yeah. I mean, I
I
feel
don't.
like there's some scary games where like the puzzles mechanics aren't very intuitive and they don't
Definitely.
make sense or like um they're just too fucking hard to find and they're like too hard to realize, like I've that's definitely this is my favorite genre hands down of games, but it's because a lot of horror games are puzzle games. This ends up being something that's kind of like the bane of my existence, that it's a struggle because I end up really being stumped.
Feel ya. I get stumped a lot too.
Mm-hmm.
What what games do you feel has one of the most impactful storylines?
Pull up my
Maybe The
Steam.
Last of Us? I don't know.
Oh, Agony, which was another really, really, really horrible game that was just dumb and terrible and like not a scary game at all. It was marketed as a scary game. It was not a scary game. It just wasn't. It just was blood and boobs. I don't like it didn't have a story. It was blood and boobs, like the whole thing. Like I mean, I
I'm
feel
not sure.
like I'm looking down a list of my completed games and all the scary games I'm seeing, I feel like take a pretty big halt of like the reality we live in to exist. I mean, Doom. Come on now. The Evil Within. Nah. I mean, yeah. I feel like stuff like Dread Out and stuff like that's more believable. Just some ghosts and shit. Fear doesn't make any fucking sense. I mean, well, it makes sense, but like it's not realistic. Are you saying it does make sense or like just not realistic? Maybe I don't. Maybe I didn't understand the most impact.
Sorry, one second. I'm gonna send you something on Discord.
Okay.
It's from Dresswell. It's White Day.
What? excited. Thank you so much. Who was that? I totally missed the name.
Dress well?
Oh, hubby. Thank you, hubby. You're the best. I'm so psyched. I'm totally gonna wear my little schoolgirl skirt and I'm gonna play White Day. Dude, I'm
Schoolgirl, hey.
psyched. Yeah,
Tell me
I'm
when
psyched
you
as
do.
shit,
I
you
don't want
guys.
to miss it. I don't want to miss it.
Okay, I will definitely make sure I schedule at a time where you can hang out. Cause then I have someone to help me in case I get stuck in any goddamn. Thank you so much, Russell. I'm so excited. This is gonna be the best. Yeah, impactful story. Yeah, I feel like God, I've a lot of them had impactful stories. Fucking Little Misfortune. Oh my god. That was like uh um Soma Soma had a really, really great story. Stairs, I liked Story of Stairs.
Well, you're selling me on Soma, so I think I'll be trying that
Yeah.
next month.
Yeah, Soma, I'm definitely gonna watch you. That one has an actual story that makes sense and like is really, really good and really invests you.
Did you? Are you think? Do you know anything about Medium? That comes out this month.
What does it? What is it?
Medium. It's kind of like a lot of people think it has the Silent Hill vibes, probably because it has the same musical composer.
Ooh, I'm down with a good musical composer though.
It's gonna be on PC and Xbox, but it's gonna be on Game Pass, so I'm sure you could get it on. If you don't get it for Steam, you could get it for whatever is on the PC. I'm sorry, guys, I don't know anything. Xbox app,
Oh, the graphics are like real
but I want to play that.
people with
It's an indie game, I think.
Bloober team. I'm fucking down by the name alone. Like, oh, it's gonna release later this month. Oh man. Yeah, so I guess the biggest thing is I don't normally get games when they release because I prefer to wait until they're super cheap to buy them.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say polished.
No, so this one looks like it's supposed to be like a released game, a full
Mm.
release game. So I don't play beta or early access anymore, but if I can help it. But I'm covered in guinea pig hair now. What happened here?
I can't tell.
Um, yeah, and it's just because of my own budgetary stuff that, and I just happened to, I did spend my money to get Amnesia, the new Amnesia game, when it first released. And I think that's part of why I'm so butthurt about hating the game so much. Cause like, I actually bought a game at full price.
I know that feeling.
I actually bought the game on release and I was looking forward to it. And I always tell myself not to get too hyped about it ahead of time. And I just fucking hated it so much. I'm like so upset. I finally was like, yeah, I'll give them $30 because I think this is worth it.
It could be worse. It could have been 60 or
It could
70.
have been 60. Yeah, mistakes were made with the new Amnesia as far as me buying it. I'm gonna read in here. The fucking alert goes. New Amnesia was not good. Yes. Well, I mean, you might like it. I had a problem. I didn't
And I
enjoy it. I
trust
had a
you.
bad time. Yeah, I didn't. No. Aesthetically, it was great. And
Yeah,
visually, it was
medium looks good.
beautiful. Yeah, but and like all other Amnesia games, the story didn't really make much sense. But
I don't feel so bad now for
you
not
probably
giving
love
it a
it.
chance.
Yeah,
But
I
I just
mean,
heard it. I heard some of them were a masterpiece, so I don't know.
I just don't appreciate them the way everyone else does. And I think too, like, I played Amnesia after Outlast. And as far as I'm concerned, like, Outlast is the end all be all, like, best. So, like, of course, me playing this other game, after hearing from everybody, it's like the best horror game of all time, too. Like, and it's years old by that time, so the graphics aren't as good and stuff. Like, I don't know. I feel like I was set up to not enjoy it as much. And maybe if I played Amnesia when it first released, like years before I ever played Outlast, maybe I'd feel very differently. If it was one of my
Yeah,
first horror games, I would probably feel different.
definitely. Maybe that's what it is. Cause when I played it a few weeks ago, I didn't get scared at all. It was really slow for me, and people were like, "Man, you're not scared? This scared me so much back in the day." I was like, "Oh, well, that's
It is
because
a
yeah,
very slow game.
different times."
Yeah, I think I don't know. Yeah, just once you kind of figure out with the monster AIs and stuff, um, that's kind of like it for, you know, it does set the mood, but if you're not into like the story or like the walking simulator, I feel like you don't get totally to get to enjoy the atmosphere the way that other people enjoy it.
Dead by Default says, "What game are you most excited for coming to?"
I just typed it in chat actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't pay too much attention to games before they come out because just a few too many times it like ended really badly. I mean,
Yeah, I felt that
just this
last year.
past year was like a game that I had been following, trying to like follow the development of for like 4 years. It was announced at PAX like 2015 or some shit. Like,
What is it?
no, it wasn't announced at PAX. I'm confusing two games that disappointed me. I'm confusing We Happy Few, which was announced at PAX and just spent years like not coming out, and then I'm confusing that one and Dollhouse, which was supposed to be an indie game of like just like three people working on it, and they said the game was going to be about something, and they made a trailer, and they got greenlit, and then they did not update the fans. They did not comment publicly. They did not like say anything to anyone for like fucking years. And like I've at that point I had been checking up on it every like 6 months or so or whatever. I like started trying to like message Steam and like alert them and like the I guess the parent company that had like paid for them to like make this game. I was like, they're not making this game, right? Like, they're just sitting here like not fucking saying anything to anyone and not working on the game, and you still have this listed as a game that's releasing soon, Steam. Like, you should remove it from the game store.
Is it Dollhouse Macho, or are you thinking of Paper Dolls?
So, yeah, the game that and so like after I started Mazing a Big Stink, it did end up releasing randomly. The dev said like one thing, and all of a sudden it like released the next month. And the game that was released was very, very, very different from the trailer that they used to raise money. Like, what the premise of the game they said was not what was released. And yeah, what was released is like not what I have been looking forward to for years, and it
So it
ended up
wasn't
being
good
really
at all?
stupid. Yeah, don't get it.
You didn't like anything about it?
It's one of if you've ever played like Monstrum or any of the ones where like it's a randomly generated, you're always like running from a monster, and you just like respawn and have to keep retrying to do it. It's one of those games,
Hmm.
and it like wasn't supposed to. I think they lost funding. Yeah, I think they got the funding and like spent it all or something. I don't know. It was literally like a dude who had a full-time job and like some friends or something. And the dude who had a full-time job, I was researching him to start harassing him on I'm serious. Like, I wanted this game to release, and I was like, are you guys going to release this? Or like, at some point I'm like, this is dishonesty and everyone is lying by saying this game is going to release, and I want you guys to just be honest and say that you're not going to fucking release the game, instead of like cock teasing me for 5 fucking years. Like, I have the worst blue balls, I'm going to die. And yeah, anyway, fuck that game, and fuck the guy working full time instead of making this game for me. God damn it.
The
I'm very sad. Balls, yes, best energy drink.
only
Yeah.
horror games I
So
can think of that are coming out this year, and I'm talking about all platforms, Oh, well, medium's not all platforms, so I guess Resident Evil.
Oh yeah, that'll be good. I might
Song
get
of
that when it releases.
I heard Song of Horror was good. I'm waiting for that to be on console.
It's on my wish list. It's like at the top of my wish list actually. So I don't think it's going to be on sale for a little while because it kind of released just last
Yeah.
year, but that one looks really good too.
And I'm
Resident
sure
Evil,
there's more
yes.
that comes out this year. But that's all I can think of. Oh, you're talking about Back for Blood that's like Left for Dead. 3 instead of 30. That's crazy. That's a big difference. Um, I guess I'll go back to the Twitch questions.
Oh, right. We still have like
Sorry.
we still have it's okay. We're
We don't
just
have to
chilling.
go
We're
through
just
all of
talking
them.
about horror stuff. Oh, I like your questions, but I think it's funny that we're having such a good time like just shooting the shit about horror stuff. We ended up talking a
Yeah.
long time. So New Outlast is so bad. Oh yeah, New Outlast, Little
Oh,
Nightmares 2
yeah.
is coming out. But I'm not I'm just gonna rein it in. Um
I haven't played
you
the
said you haven't
first.
played it and you need to.
Okay.
You
I
need
trust
to.
you.
Listen to the words I'm saying. I did do a little half-ass cosplay of Little Nightmares actually when I
Aw, I
replayed
want to
it
see
for
it.
it's just vampire teeth and an umbrella thing. It wasn't like it was a closet cosplay, I guess, where I just kind of like used whatever I had as much as
Mm,
I could, you know? But yeah, I
I
had
still
little
want to see it.
vampire teeth, which is pretty much the best thing dressing up in my opinion. Maybe if I had horns, it wouldn't be my favorite thing, but it is. I want to wear vampire teeth all the time.
Little Nightmares 2 would have been your answer then.
Totally. Yeah. I'm definitely that's another one I might get
I
when
think
it
it's like
releases.
$20 or something. At
Yeah,
least
because that one's 30 or less usually.
I saw it
So
on Green Man Gaming for like 20% off.
yeah, it's just it's a good game. What's interesting about this game, and it's not a spoiler, but there's not any talking. I don't think of that as a
No
spoiler.
reading.
No, there's no voices. There's no like people talking. There's no dialogue at all. I think there's one. I think my favorite game Among the Sleep is the same way. There's no like words at all. So it's a very, very in like it's very different when you're playing that as far as like you understanding the story that they're trying to tell you because they can't tell you with actual words. So I do think they can't give you as much like lore and background because you're not picking up pieces of paper with like lore written on it and shit, you know? Or like overhearing people's conversations or like seeing cutscenes. Like it just doesn't play out that way, but they still do manage to tell a story. I don't know. I hope that wasn't a spoiler.
No,
I
no, it
don't know how
wasn't.
much of a spoiler is a spoiler. I think I was saying this, I was like, maybe it is a spoiler.
No. No, it doesn't much.
Yeah.
um, he also says, "What's your dream way to die in a horror movie?" I don't know if I have one.
I will tell you. Buck up. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna have a little um I do have medical marijuana, which I consume on my stream, and it's totally legal for me according to Twitch terms of service. But I was just gonna step aside for a little second.
Among the Sleep, that's a real
Oh
baby
god, you
game.
could still probably see me. I'm very sorry. I'm trying not to be rude. Okay. I had this dream once because I have like really intense nightmares. Probably because I'm so into horror shit. um, so I had this dream once that I thought was like a really funny, awesome dream, and I kind of wanted to like. I think it would be a great movie premise. So if there's any horror movie people here, please write this into a movie, and you don't even have to pay me money, just like put my name in the credits or something. So I have these, and when these dreams I have are like very long and intense, and I wake up feeling like I've been awake for 8 hours. But in this dream, I was at like a camp with a bunch of campers and like camp counselors, and I'm a camp counselor, and like this slasher that's kind of like Michael Myers or Jason or whatever starts like murdering everybody. So like in this dream is like the confusion of like trying to like get to a safe place and avoid like the killer. So basically in this dream, this is how I want to die. I'm telling you in a long story, but this is how I want to die. So well, I guess I don't actually die. I don't die. Like that's the thing. Okay. So like the first place I like hide and with some other camp counselors and like a couple kids is like the kitchen, and there's a bunch of Jack Daniels, and like everyone is like putting food in their backpacks, and I'm like fuck it. I grabbed this Jack Daniels and I was like I'm going to die, and I just started like chugging Jack Daniels. And so I pass out drunk, and I wake up, and everybody in the room except me has been slaughtered. Like I'm just surrounded by dead bodies. So like the killer came in and killed everyone who was awake, but not me. So this goes on where like okay, I like ran somewhere else. I like ran to like the boathouse or something, and I would like meet up other people or something, and then I would drink and I would pass out and I'd wake up and everyone would be dead. And the third time this happens, I'm in the fucking woods, just in the middle of the woods, and I find two more people. And I'm like, we're definitely far enough away now. He'll never get us. And I drink more booze. And I pass out and I wake up, and the two people are dead, but the killer is drunk, passed out next to me because he finished my Jack Daniels bottle. And then I just got to run away because he was passed out. So I would like to pose to you that the best way to die in a horror movie is not to die and to outsmart everyone by getting really shithouse drunk. I'm gonna outsmart. He thinks like he's like, I don't have to kill this chick. She's just gonna keep. I don't know. I've seen some movies like that era, and I kind of like that plot twist when it's done right. But yeah, I that's my favorite. In the end, I was gonna be like, and then I was dead. No, I trick you. I tricked you. I'm still not dead. I probably should have killed the killer, but I just was like, all right, well, he left me alive so many times. Like, I'm gonna leave him alive, and I just left. So yeah, that's. I refuse to give another answer. I refuse. I won't be. I won't die.
That's a unique dream.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. I just started rambling about dreams, but I hope someone would enjoy that little
Um,
twist with me.
it
Dressed like the one.
well, based on your personality, it does seem like you stand out in society, and that makes you kind of what's the word?
Unapologetically weird.
No, I was gonna say like um kind of like Darwinism, you know, like you survive because you're smart
Oh yeah, totally.
because of who you are, and
I'm such a curator of all this horror stuff, so I know how to be the last one alive. I can run fast and I can trip. So I can trip other people, I mean, so we're gonna be good. I'm mostly kidding. I would need friends to help murder the murderer, so.
let's see, what did we? Mm,
So I think we're halfway through the streaming one.
oh
I
yeah,
think. Um, like we talked about the mental health.
Ira says, would you recommend running in high heels in horror movies?
In horror movie, I would recommend taking them off, but I can run in heels very fast. It's something that I've like tested.
You should keep in your hand. Might be a
Yeah,
weapon.
this was like a joke in college too, because I like tested it, and then so I would always talk shit about how even if bad stuff happened when I was in heels, that I would be able to like outrun it. Yeah, she
Nice.
was in heels the whole time. I think that was dumb. Like, just take your shoes off and then probably wrap something, like rip off your sleeves and wrap them around your feet so you
I was
don't cut
just
your feet
thinking of
open.
Jurassic World.
Yeah, I don't know. You can run in heels. Most I don't. Okay, there are heels you can't run in, and I do not wear heels like those because I would break my ankle and fall and slam my head into concrete and die. Like, it's a hazard to my health. You could stab someone with heels, yes, but I always carry a knife. So I could stab someone with my knife instead. Yes, you totally can. That what was that movie Snakes on an Airplane where like there was like a close up shot of like somebody's heel like stabbing someone to death.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It was really gratuitous, but that movie was like a horror comedy kind of. It was so funny. Heelys are the best way to escape. You'd get clotheslined. You think the killer hasn't set a trap with like a wine to like. I don't
Um,
know.
through streaming, what do you try to offer to those who watch you? What do you want those to watch you to walk away feeling?
um oh, I wrote this one down because I wanted to say the right thing. So I want to end my to feel at the end of my stream in like that good, like warm, happy, fuzzy mood. Like after you just hung out with your friends and you had a really good time. Like you go home from hanging out with your friends and you just like you feel content, like content deep in your heart. And you're like smiling to yourself and you're like laughing about the funny, fun times you just had. And I feel like either like depending on the type of stuff I'm streaming, I want them to feel relaxed or like really hyped up, depending on like, am I like really hyped up and like yelling and uproariously laughing, or like, was this kind of like a chill stream where I was doing some flow arts and dancing to like some relaxing, like, or my crafting streams, or like if I were making jewelry, that's like very relaxing stream. The guinea pig streams are very, I want you to feel like very relaxed. So but it can be like a hype one where it's like very high energy and brings you up. Like I feel like Friday nights are a good time for like some hype ass streams, like starting the weekend.
Yeah.
um
I must say that a lot of these, like, I came up with the questions, but for the streamer portion, my friend was the one who came up with them, and I had permission to reuse them.
yeah,
Cause
that can
I
be
mean, I'm
helpful.
not.
I thought they were great questions.
Some of
um
them I added, but most of them were from her.
I just this was in chat, someone asked my favorite dark comedy, and I mentioned this movie called Black Sheep. It's a zombie sheep movie.
That
So
sounds
it's
funny.
hilarious. I will like it's hilarious, and
Are
it's
the
shot
sheep
in New
talking?
Zealand, which is beautiful. Yeah, and there's zombie sheep.
Oh my gosh.
So I figured I'd mention that so anybody watching the YouTube or any who hasn't heard of Black Sheep. The one was no, it's not the one with Chris Farley. So if you look at Black Sheep 2007, you'll specifically get the horror comedy Black Sheep. But the one with Chris Farley is just a regular comedy. I've never seen the other Black Sheep. But I know Chris Farley's in it because if you Google Black Sheep, the other movie comes up. But Black Sheep 2007, or like I guess horror comedy or zombie or sheep would pop up Black Sheep, and it's so hilarious. It's so just yeah, I will laugh at like really terrible, terrible horror movie things, and
Yeah,
that is definitely one of my. I have that shit on DVD. Like, is what I'm saying here.
I think Cannibal would be considered dark comedy.
Yeah, that sounded like it when you what you had said from what you had said about it.
And Shaun of the Dead.
Totally. I I liked this other horror comedy that always reminded me of Shaun of the Dead because it's like a kind of foreign film with like a very silly premise. But there was this movie called Grabbers that was about like a sea monster invading a seaside town, I guess. And it's like everyone just gets drunk, I guess. Yeah, I'd suggest everyone see the trailer and decide if they want to watch it. But it's very, very funny and it's like scary. I haven't heard of the movie in red, actually. Slither. Yeah, Slither, like a funny Slither. Yes, Grabbers was like a funny Slither. Like if Slither was like, yeah, totally. It's such a great analogy, Era. Like, because they're like hunting out the townspeople and shit. That was so good. I have not watched it. Totally watch it. If you drink, watch it with a drink. Because I think it's funny when you see some funny shit.
You ever try the Twitch watch parties?
I haven't. The only person I've watched movies with online is my boyfriend, but when we didn't live together. I don't know if it's something I'll ever get into, but like I don't, yeah, it's just something I've never personally done, but I see a lot of my friends doing it and they're all having the best time, having awesome movies. I just like to tell people what movies to watch and then I watch them with my boyfriend. That's because we don't play any of the same games anymore. So like I guess us watching movies together is like we spend our time that way. So I kind of like all my movie watching time is with him or alone because he doesn't watch horror movies as much as me.
Because I was gonna recommend. There's
Yes.
this new hub on Steam. It's free. It's called
Oh.
Tanami, and you can use any streaming platform. You don't have to be restricted to just Amazon Prime Video, which is what Twitch is. So on
Oh.
Twitch, you'll see your camera and mic. That's what stream will see, and then stream will open up Tanami, which is connected to Twitch chat.
Mm-hmm.
Here I'll type it. So you can watch, Crunchyroll, Hulu, Netflix,
That's
whatever.
awesome that it's like
And
open to more than just Prime. I didn't even
because
realize that one was only open to Prime.
the Prime library sucks. Because I wanted to watch some
Yeah.
movies with my sister on Twitch, but there's just not a lot of good options. And particularly Asian horror films is what I wanted to watch. But yeah, I recently discovered that. It was, yeah, so. And it's synced. That's the best part is that it's synced. The movie is synced for everyone. The movie's free. You don't have to have that service to watch. But on Twitch, you have to be a Prime member to watch. So that's also why it's good.
My earbuds just died and I didn't hear for a little bit, but that's okay because apparently I'm not I'm not at this time trying to watch with everybody because apparently that's like a activity I just don't do with Twitch, I guess. Oh, Toonami, Tenami, yeah.
Yeah, it does sound like Tanami. I'm not sure if it's like an add-on. I think it's like like a separate hub that you just connect your Twitch to, kind of like Streamlabs or something. Except it's much safer security wise than Streamlabs. Streamlabs actually has access to like your followers and they could delete your followers and they have
Ugh,
your personal Twitch information, but Tanami wouldn't do that.
nice.
Which is probably why I should probably stop using Streamlabs. Sorry, I was off topic. If you ever
That's okay.
decide to do that, though, I would totally be down.
Yeah, I feel like we would be able to find some really good horror games for sure. Movies. They would be horror movies, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Watching other movies is tedious, honestly. I like always would prefer to be. They don't
Yeah, I
no,
wish.
they don't have to be good. I'm glad we're on the same page here. They can be bad horror movie.
Yeah. Then we can make fun of it.
Yes, totes. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Calhoun, werewolf killing cowboy. Like I can't even with some of these. It's so funny. I think this other really terrible horror movie got a TV reboot or it got greenlit for one. I don't know if it'll ever. Bubba Hotep, which had the same guy from Ash, the Evil Dead series. That guy, Bruce Campbell. I watched that Bubba Hotep movie like years ago, like years before they ever announced they were going to do something with it. But it was just the funniest, stupidest movie. Like it was so funny. It was so funny how bad it was. Yeah, it was Bruce Campbell. It was like some guy who like it was just hilarious. It was like a mummy in an old folks home.
Wow.
I can't describe how hilarious it was, but yeah, they're gonna put it.
Imprint? I haven't
Bubba
seen.
Hotep. Yep, they're gonna make a movie, a TV show about it. Did I call it horrible? I said it's horribly awesome. Like it's so good. It's so bad. It's good. It's so I can't stand up straight. Don't slouch. I probably should do that. That sounds like good advice. Oh,
He
good.
was Elvis.
Macho loves it. Yeah, the old guy keeps telling everybody he's Elvis, and it like look, and everyone's like, yeah, okay, we know you're crazy. You're not Elvis. But yeah, it like he was Elvis. It was everyone's like, "We know Elvis is dead." He's like, "No, I'm not dead. I just faked my death." But yeah, it was a pretty funny ass movie. Yeah, Ossie Davis was JFK. Well, he thought he was JFK. I think he like wasn't JFK.
Should we ask more streamer questions?
Um, let's do it. This next question I had to like think about. Um,
What's your idea of a successful streamer, and is it the same as your goal? That one?
yeah. Um, so because of like I had mentioned I went to all these gaming events the first like 5 years I was streaming on Twitch and I was streaming on Twitch really regularly all that, time. And so I met other streamers who played this game I played and all this and viewers or whatever who went to this event and stuff. What was I saying? So I've known professional streamers who did this for a job because like I ended up meeting them because they played this game I played. So it's kind of like I had I don't know. It was interesting because like normally these people you wouldn't be able to form relationships with them or hang out with them because like the community of Twitch is too large. Like now, if you were to go to TwitchCon, like you're not just going to end up accidentally hanging out and like getting drinks or like hanging out in a room party with like some of the pros like just easily. But because it was a pretty small community at the time, I really formed relationships with people who like at the time were professional streamers are still professional streamers for years and years. So but that's not like whether someone does this for a living isn't what I think of as a successful streamer. What I think of as a successful streamer is somebody who enjoys their time streaming. And that's kind of a really big one. A lot of people think of success as like someone who's doing this for a living, but like living on variable income is incredibly stressful. Not having like health insurance or any benefits and stuff like that is extremely stressful. I've known people who passed away in the Twitch community because like and I'm guessing because they didn't have great healthcare for like years. Like I'm maybe that's not the only reason why, but like I see people pass away very young and I kind of like wonder, man, if they had like health insurance offered through their employee benefits, if streaming was like any other type of job, I really feel like maybe it would have been caught sooner at the point where like they could have survived whatever the issue was. So like um so to me success is like you're still happy doing it. A lot of people have all these stresses or there's other things like they don't want to play the game that they're playing anymore or like when you're having to worry about like if what makes you the happiest is not what makes you money and you have to make the money because you literally have to put food on the table, you're not happy, in my opinion. So I'm just giving examples, I guess. But
Those are good
when you're
points.
happy, yeah. And so for me, this is an aside, but like, um, when I had been streaming like 5 years, I stopped playing that game Smite that I played for the first 5 years I streamed, and I started playing other games and variety games. I had, like, a mass unfollowing. I lost, like,
Aw.
1,500 followers or something, like, I was, like, over 3,000, and then I was way under 3,000, and it took me years to get back to 3,000, like, because I literally had to, like, regrow my community, not from nothing, but, like, from almost nothing. Yeah, because I only literally if those people who only play one game for years and years, like 5 years I played that game, and it was the only game I streamed ever, except Portal. I played Portal 1 and 2, and then I played Outlast, and then I was like, "Well, I don't really enjoy Smite anymore. I'm going to start playing other games," and nobody really wanted to watch me play random indie game or whatever. And Twitch at the time also didn't really lend itself to like find games and stuff like that easier. I don't think the tag system works as well as it could, but you can at least search for horror games and like you can find stuff.
I wonder if
Um,
like some of
but
those sorry.
go ahead, yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say, could some of those accounts just have been cleaned out because they were like fake accounts or bot accounts or dead
I
accounts?
didn't know about it happen. So it didn't happen overnight. It happened in the, like, first 6 months that I tried to change a new game, where people would come in and they'd be like, "Are you gonna be playing Smite anytime soon?" I'll be like, "No, I have, like, no immediate plans to play Smite." It was like
Uh,
so it wasn't ever, like, overnight, and I guess that's probably why I never was that. It was like people over time would get sick of seeing me live and, like, I'm not playing Smite, and they'd unfollow me. So
okay.
Um, but yeah, so like to me, success is like you're enjoying whatever you're streaming, whatever you when you spend your time streaming, you're enjoying it like more than just in a surface level. Like you're enjoying the game you're playing, you're enjoying like everything like you're doing and the people you're interacting in your chat, like what it just in the grand gist of things. If you're enjoying it, that's success to me. Um, and also if you aren't neglecting other aspects of your life to be spending that time streaming. Because I've also known people who've done that and you would normally say they have a success but like if you're happy to doing this but you're literally like not doing other things that should actually be a priority over stream, then I don't feel like that is success. Like you're still not prioritizing your life, you know, properly, I
Yeah.
guess. I don't know a way to sound this without being super judgy, I guess, but, like, I don't know, yeah. If you, like, know somebody and you know, like, they literally don't talk to their significant other or, like, they have kids that they are not spending time with and they stream 5 hours a day, you know, 7 days a week. I'm like, when do you hang out with your kids? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not trying, just if they spend all their time doing this, and you're like, how do you ever spend time with your significant other? Because like you're always streaming, I guess, is what I'm the people who are, or like not working, you know, and if you need to be working, I don't know.
I feels yes.
Um, but okay, so the next part of the question is, what's your goal with streaming? And my last, most recent goal with streaming that I just got this last year in 2020 is that I wanted to dance on stream, because I danced for like, I mean, I was always into dancing, but I was like dancing and raving for like 2 years before I ever did it on stream, because I've always played video games, and it's I've never danced as a performer or anything, so I didn't have like stage, I guess, like confidence to think that this was something people would want to watch. But I followed some people that just dance and sing and stuff on Twitch, and that really inspired me. Like, even if you're working on something to get better, like I'm not a great dancer now, but I think like just continuing to work on my craft, so to speak, is worth sharing. And that's something I wanted to share with my Twitch community. So that was a big goal for me. And I did that. And then I started streaming it all the time. And, but my next goal, I don't have a current goal because I'm currently mostly unemployed. And whatever next job I get is really going to dictate, like, once I know more about what hours I'm going to be working and whether my schedule is the same every week or not, um, and how demanding my job is. I've had physical labor jobs where, like, or like I mentioned, I did valet. So I would run 7 miles a day and like work outside in 100-degree weather. And like I didn't have the energy to stream after. So I actually currently am abstaining from like a specific idea of what my stream is. Um, because I'm hoping I'll get a nice full-time job sometime this year, and that is really going to mold what I see for my stream going forward from now.
Hey, Jelly. Cersei, can you wait? Cersei, can you sing? Can dance? Girl group incoming. I can't sing or dance, but I would love to dance. I wish I knew how to dance.
I bet
Um.
you do. I don't think it's about like, no, you just like a dance. You just do it. It's just something, but dancing on stream is super scary. So I don't, you should do it if you want, but I will encourage you. But it took me a long time to.
Oops. Sorry. Accidentally opened. What's the Google version of Alexa? Accidentally opened that.
I don't know. Siri?
No. Cortana?
Cortana? Oh my god. I spent like 2 hours texting Microsoft to support to disable the shit out of her after the latest. I already had her disabled in the last update, brought her back, and I was like, hell no. I want her disabled to Kingdom Come. I never want to see Cortana's name again in my life. Don't force that. I don't like when stuff is forced on me. Don't do that. Hey, Google. Yeah, Google Assistant is what they call. I have Google Assistant on my phone. I
Oh,
can't disable it. I want to so badly. I'm like holding my phone and it's like, what do you want? I'm like, stop listening to my conversations. I literally don't want you to turn on.
I didn't mean Google. I meant what
Oh,
did
I'm
I?
so sorry.
What
Microsoft.
is Cort? Okay, yes, that. My
No,
computer.
stop talking to me, Alexa. Shut up.
She's listening. L Big Chungus, I'm just talking to her about like getting to know her, personality wise, her streaming career. We talked a lot about horror games and movies earlier, and uh, gaming history and stuff like that. It is definitely hard to make a streaming schedule, especially with like, um, mental like anxiety, and then work and school
I'm
and
gonna put some for right now.
family and relationships.
Um, yeah, it's Twitch is really pushing right now that they're kind of like only they're really pushing to support and like creators that have schedules that they stick to. Um, that's
It
something
is hard.
they're trying to get to be very important. But I've talked with some other people. I've actually the last time I did a interview like this, I talked with one of my friends who also has ADHD, and we had a panel of like three of us, and we all had ADHD, and we talked about issues being attention deficit and being a streamer, and all of us had issues with schedules and really felt like just because of the way our minds work and our lives were that trying to make schedules like gives me so much anxiety of trying to make it happen that day, and if I can't happen that day I feel like absolute shit about it. So like it's encouraged, you get the best growth, you get the best growth and like viewer numbers if you have a stable schedule that you stick to. But some people don't
Twitch,
do it well.
yeah, a Twitch partner requires 3 days a week. I what was I gonna say? I was gonna say like even though I have a schedule of 5 days a week, I still, have those days like you said where I call off and I feel so crappy about it, and or like I'm super late, or just like that. It is
And
stressful.
it's understandable, but it definitely, when you have a schedule you're adhering to and the expectation is there that you're there and you're on time, um yeah,
And I
it's better though for your own metrics and growth as a streamer to have a schedule. That's been like shown by lots of, you know, lots of very successful streamers.
I was actually
Professional. Go ahead.
um uh from 2006, no, 2015, my stream didn't really grow at all until 2020, and it was because I didn't have a schedule. Like
Yeah,
it,
it
yeah.
real and sometimes, so like someone might look at my channel and be like, if you've been streaming this long, like how do you not do really great numbers, or how do you like only have this many followers? And it's like I've never had a schedule, like never. In the of like over 8 years, there's been like 3 years where I had a consistent schedule, and they weren't together. Just like there was times where I'd be consistent, and anyway, yeah, consistency is key with growth. I wouldn't say growth is necessarily like a focus of mine. So I just try not to give myself too hard of a time about it. But if you are actually wanting to be investing your time and have that growth, the schedule is key, like Cersei said.
Do you play multiplayer games, and if so, do you play with viewers?
So I mostly play single player games, but I have sometimes played, and I would say rarely do I play multiplayer games. And I'm normally not picking up viewers, but I will play with friends that were originally people I played viewer games with. Like, so all my friends that I play multiplayer games with are people that I've played, that met playing viewer games on Twitch with in years ago, I guess. So It's happened a few times, like, it's not never happened, but I would say literally, like, twice a year that I will, like, literally just be picking up everybody from chat. Um, but if I am playing, like, Smite or, like, a multiplayer game, just yeah, if it's somebody I really recognize from years, I'll play with them, but that's just not the same thing as picking up, like, anybody who wants to play or whatever.
Yeah,
It's just definitely easier to avoid because you just don't know who's gonna be
exactly.
creepy or, like, have a good
Intention.
back and forth with you where
Yeah,
it's, like,
yeah,
amusing for the stream to watch. So, it's just easier for me to, like, play with people I know.
it's understandable. I'm gonna
Yeah,
ask her. Sorry.
go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm gonna ask you a couple more streamer questions, and then, if chat had any more horror related questions or any questions, feel free. But yeah, there's only a couple more questions left on my end. Do you raid people?
Yes. It was a habit that took me a little bit to get used to because it didn't exist the first many years that we streamed, but I have really been getting into it, and actually now I am on, like, a stream team right now, and it's a really big part of the culture there, and it's so exciting to be a part of that, to, like, go make somebody's day. So I really try to participate in all the raids, and then, they raid me, and it makes my day, like, so crazy, so I do try to raid. I'd say the hardest thing about always knowing someone to raid is that most of the people streaming, like, when you're ready to get off, you're ready to, like, go to sleep and stuff. So, you're not always watching the streamers who are on and live at that time. So, you don't always, like, have a repertoire of people that you are live, but, um, that's why I'm always looking for other horror streamers, like, I've been following you for a while, and I'm always looking for other people so that whenever I do get off, I know somebody who's live who might be playing content. So, I try to do if I'm dancing, I try to do a dancing person, or if I'm doing like art, I try to do art, or if I'm doing like a scary game, I try to host a scary game person. Flomies, yeah, Adam Gossett knows about my team. Yeah, so they're definitely I've really embraced the rating
Sounds
style
like a
cuz
good team.
yeah, I feel like too, especially when I try to like I'm not just going to go to anybody. It's going to go to somebody that I enjoy who's trying to put out a similar content as me. And yeah, maybe, you know, not everyone's gonna be interested, but, like, I feel like almost every single time, if the raid is done conscientiously, someone there will be interested and, like, will be glad they met this person because it's someone that they would like too, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I'm super into it now. It's
Sorry.
kinda cool.
What has streaming taught you?
I don't know how to answer this. I struggled with this when I read it. I was like, "Uh-oh."
I feel like we
Because
answered it though.
yeah, I started streaming when I was 24 years old and I'm 31 now. So like that's almost like a decade of my life and I've had life growing up in that time. So like general stuff, but yeah, I wouldn't say if I learned like a kind of a specific lesson. It has affected me really positively, but it's not necessarily like I was like I learned this specific
That's
thing
what I
from
was
streaming.
kind of aiming towards is like the positive impacts it had on you. That's things that you learned.
Yep. And
But
so I kind of talked on that. I thought about
yeah,
that how it helped me grow like anxiety wise and helped inspire me to kind of like try things that were different. I mean, without streaming, I used to be like really uppity about my games I would play. Cause so it's like in my head, I had the idea of like if I am or am not gonna like a game, and like if I didn't think I'd like a game, like it's dead to me and I refuse to play it. That's definitely something streaming's taught me, 'cause, like, I definitely have played games because it was suggested to me through stream, where they told me unequivocally, like, "Skye, no, listen to me. I know you will love this game. I know you will." And I'd be like, I don't know." Like, when I first heard of Doki Doki Literature Club, I was like, "That's dumb." Like, I would never play that game. I was like, why would I ever? Oh my goodness. Speaking of raids,
Thank you so much, nap time. Appreciate you.
speaking of how awesome raids are,
How was
we
your
were just
stream?
talking about that.
I'm interviewing Skye today.
I'll do it too. Hiya, hiya.
Wait, someone take a screenshot.
Crash Bandicoot. Dude, I have it on my Switch, bro. I had we were talking about when I got my PS1, I mentioned about how I like gaming was in my throughout my lifetime. The PS1 came with like this test disc that was like the first level or something of like a bunch of different games. And there was a Crash Bandicoot one level test on there. And I played that one level so much.
I think
But
I
I could
had
never.
that.
What's up?
I think I had that.
You had, yes, it had a, oh my God. It was so good. And I had this really good like fighting game on that game. But yeah, it was nice meeting you. Thank you so much for hanging out and being encouraging, Macho.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you, Macho, for hanging out. Have a good
I
night.
I have it on Switch now, but I struggle with I love platformers, but I'm very bad at them. So
Me
like
too.
I've not gotten far. Okay, good. I'm not the only one. Yeah, I
Especially
will warn
fast
you,
pace.
Little Nightmares is a platformer, but it's not a really hard platformer. So it's not like Ori and the Blind Forest, or like where it's like very 3D, I guess, which is harder to me.
I think that's why I didn't try it yet.
Okay, but we are just talking about how the lesson I learned from streaming is you try games that are outside your comfort zone, because then you find beautiful, wonderful, super scary, awesome games that you love and appreciate. I
That's
mean,
very true.
I literally just like shat all over the idea of Doki Doki Literature Club when I first heard it. Like, I was just like, this is, how can this be horror? That's dumb. I loved that game so much. So much. Yeah. So if that is yeah, I'm glad to hear that maybe that might be it, because I can assure you it's not like a hard platformer.
That's good. As long as it's
It's
not like what's that one game?
it's so beautiful, yeah.
Um
Yeah, I was saying not like Ori and the Blind Forest, because I've seen people play that and I'm like, that looks too hard to me."
I was gonna say Sackboy, I think it's called. I forgot.
Meat
Oh, Meat Boy's also.
Meat
But
Boy
I
was
was
another
thinking of
one,
the
but it
PlayStation.
had the sack on the head, Little Big Planet or
Oh, yes,
something.
yes, that one. Sorry, I was way
Okay,
off.
I didn't, but I always wanted to play that game because the aesthetic looked so cool.
It is. It's just really fast for me.
Yeah, this one's, I promise, if that's what it is, no, it is a bit like technically, for sure the mechanics are that way, but it's not, I don't know. I just, there weren't a ton of parts that I can remember off the top of my head where like the timing was so split second that I had to replay it until I memorized it and I hated it.
Well, I think it might be like American Amigi Alice, where it is a tad bit of a platform, but it's still pretty good.
Yes, that's another really good one. God, I fucking love that game.
Me too.
God, it's so good. Oh my God. So
The
that's
third
another,
one's supposed to be this year,
I know,
supposedly.
that's another one I'm so excited about. Oh my God. Yes. I like was exposed to that in high school because my friend had the original American McGee Alice. So I got to see him play a little bit and I always wanted to play it. And yeah, just I never could. So I eventually got
It's
um
not on Steam or anything, or
no, it's like you'd either have to do an emulator,
oh,
or there's some other way to get it that I'm not willing to do. I don't remember.
I know it was on the
Baby don't.
PS3.
See, yeah, god damn it. I don't know. Maybe I'll get to play it one day somehow.
I would get drunk really fast if I did a drinking game with
Yeah.
Little Big Planet.
I've like made the mistake of because I used to do drinking when I was younger. You know, I was like stream when I first started streaming and I was like younger. I would totally just make drinking games out of everything because it was a fun time. I had a very high tolerance back then, so I could just like drink a lot of booze and not be too drunk. Also, Twitch didn't have a lot of rules about how drunk you could get back then.
Oh, they do now?
They do now.
Oh,
There are
I didn't
now
know that.
rules about how drunk you can be, but at the time there was not, and I thrived in that environment. But yeah, I'm old now and my liver doesn't like booze as much as it used to, so I don't drink a lot on stream anymore
See,
or in general anymore. So,
it makes me sleepy.
yeah, it makes you yeah, totally. Like, yeah, it's not an amusing time. It's not as yeah. That's not
Do you,
one you would want to do that with.
do you have a favorite streaming moment?
So, I don't have a favorite streaming moment because there's just so many that like times that I've had like hype trains that bust and stuff like that. And like when I just, yeah. And I've had like subs through times where like I didn't stream for months and like coming back and realize people left those subs up. Like, I don't know. But there's good times, right? But I decided to share with you my most embarrassing story because it's the most epic streaming moment I
It's
have.
gonna get spicy.
Yeah, so you guys get to laugh at how horribly embarrassing this was for me. But definitely the most epic. So maybe not the best in terms of you guys getting to laugh at me. And I'll find the clip while I'm telling you the story so you can watch it. But so I used to drink a lot on stream and sometimes I would make this hunch punch. I used to make it in college and I it's like Mountain Dew and you mix like Kool-Aid in it and stuff and you put Everclear in it. So, um oh god, I should just go to my clips page and it'll show it, right? Or can I like search? Oh god. Okay, I'm going to just concentrate on the story. So, I was making my hunch punch for the first time in a while and I was like, it'll be fun. I'll bring my Mountain Dew into my room and I'll mix the hunch punch on stream. Won't that be cool? Well, I guess it had been a while since I made it and I put in the ingredients out of order. So I put in an ingredient expecting it not to like bubble up a lot. And what happened is it did bubble up a lot, like fucking exploding soda or whatever. So it exploded in my face and it splurted into my eyeballs, and my eyeballs, I like you see me, I'm gonna find the fucking clip, but you see me run from my computer and
Was your
like
computer safe?
man, my computer was fine, but basically like I had a stream plan that night. And so like I couldn't spend forever cleaning. So I literally like we got another follow. So we literally like I'm looking for this clip. I'm like determined to find it. It's got to be one of these first clips of my channel. Maybe it's a highlight. Let me find this goddamn thing. Now I've hyped it all up and I need to find it. But yeah, so I only could spend like a couple minutes cleaning up. So I cleaned up my desk to not be sticky and I tried to clean up my keyboard, which it got all over my keyboard, which is why I love these keyboards. Um This is my second keyboard now, and my keyboard I had before this of the same brand, I spilled drinks on it like no more than 50 times when I was like drinking on stream a lot. I spilled drinks on it a lot and it just always lived. It lived forever. I would put alcohol in the keys and they wouldn't stick. They would just unstick and it was just fine and it just kept working forever for like 5 years.
That's
Um
awesome.
but yeah, I the Mountain Dew was all over my keyboard. So like although I tried to get it, as the stream was going, some of my keys started sticking because it was starting to dry underneath in my actual switches. And like I I had like patted the Mountain Dew off my face, but I had like really pretty eye makeup and I couldn't like really get in there to like splash water on my face and in my eyes. So like there was Mountain Dew in my eyeballs. So the whole stream, when I came back after like trying to clean up as quickly as I could, my eyeballs were literally sticky. So like my eyes, like, yeah, I'm gonna find those clips and you'll understand. You're gonna understand. God damn it. I'm sorry I didn't have it prepared. After telling you the story, I wanted to show you guys what it was.
I did see these like on TikTok that some people have these cases or like covers that you put on top of the keyboard when you're drinking.
That is really, really smart. Okay. Would you like me to send you can I post this clip in
Yeah,
like
yeah,
chat or
yeah.
like do you want me to send it to you?
No, I don't want my OBS to freak out again.
Yes, smart. Okay, so this is it. This is the clip. Um One could even argue that it's like kind of sexual what I not purposefully, just my reaction to what happens. Like try to keep it from exploding. This is definitely the most embarrassing thing I've ever done on Twitch. So, yeah, I hope you guys enjoy that. Go ahead and tell me your reaction. Squirted Mountain Dew in my fucking eyeballs. Yeah. Oh man, there was another one. This one's shorter. There was another clip somewhere where I came back and I was like, "Well, that just fucking happened. I am gonna go clean myself." And then I like tried to click the computer to get OBS to switch scenes and it couldn't get it to work and I just fuck it and I like walk away.
Wow.
Anyway, sorry that story took so long. I got excited and I wanted to share with you guys what happened to me. I don't mix drinks at my drink here anymore.
Huh.
I was the probably the best streaming. I'll never be able to like overdo how terrible that was.
But you lived.
Yeah,
And
I
the
did live.
computer lived. That's all
Mountain
that
Dew
matters.
eyeballs and all. It was the fucking worst. My makeup looks so goddamn good. It was ruined.
Aw.
It's so sad.
Um, do you have any advice for new streamers?
I have no advice for new streamers because everything I learned about streaming was like at a time when the platform was just not saturated. And like, yeah, the only advice, I guess the advice I would have is like have a schedule, don't stream every day. And this is the stuff that everyone says. So it's like, I don't have
Yeah.
anything new to offer, but and to find a niche game where you can kind of build a bit of a community. So like I mentioned, like I got pretty big because I was in this community Smite where like a lot of people were watching it and it was a lot of people in the same community. There's like game categories on Twitch that do well for numbers, but like there's no discoverability. So there's kind of this cross section of like where are you going to get discovered, like what community that you're in, I guess. So it's just smart to not just play what you if you're streaming to like 0 or 3 people, you know, you might not be able to play what you want, you know, you need to grow, I guess, first because you just won't get discovered playing, you know, or even like the most popular game everyone is streaming. There's not great discoverability there. It's just
Yeah.
everyone who already knows you wants to see, you know.
Twitch lacks discoverability.
Yeah,
But
they definitely don't prioritize it. I loved when they made the horror tag, but like on some mobile versions and stuff, it's really hard to get to the tags to be able to search for only horror. So I still feel like, you know, it's not easy to just like click on some easy finding section and see all of the horror streams.
Yeah.
And you can't always click, you like, it automatically chooses if a game is a horror. You can't like just write in horror. So
Vegan says the best part of the clip is that
yeah.
you can see the moment you realize putting in your
Well, it
mouth. Yeah.
like burst through my nose.
Oh
So
my
like
gosh.
I like basically once it started squirting out of my nose is when I like, and so I mentioned the Mountain Dew in my eyeballs, but there's Mountain Dew like drying in my nasal passages and like all down my nose. So like I just felt sticky. If like it was the worst thing ever. Like, yeah. If it was now, I just would be like, fuck it, stream's canceled. I'm taking a shower because I now know how unpleasant it is. I think I streamed to like at least 3 hours after that, just being sticky eyeballs and sticky inner nose. And yeah, it was not fun.
Wow.
I don't think I've ever had anything splash out of my nose other than that clip. And I have used neti pots though, so but it's not the same thing because you're putting it in purposefully.
Playing older games get you a
Control?
bump, and viewers also control for a large influx viewers.
Yeah, I think some games like have some diehard fans, and some
Yeah,
games
yeah,
are really great to watch someone else play. Um, yeah, I feel like sometimes when a game doesn't have a ton of replayability itself, you can really get enjoyment out of watching other people play, you know?
yeah. Any game with a following can
Hmm.
be easier to get um viewers. However, I think social media and outside of Twitch is the best place to get discoverability. Speaking of, do you have any social media that you want to talk about?
I have my Twitter, which I mentioned in passing earlier, but I do work front facing retail part-time right now, so stay away from my Twitter if you don't. There's a lot of posts about how much I hate anti-maskers right now and me being stressed about work and me starting antidepressants and stuff. So if you don't want, just yeah, I feel like I say funny shit too, but if you don't want to be hear me bitching about coronavirus, don't follow my Twitter right now. Cuz literally at least once a week and usually quite a bit more than once a week I'm bitching about people being stupid in coronavirus. That's kind of my Twitter right now. So apologies, but and obviously I have my Twitch, but I have an Instagram. It's at Skye.
Oh, here it is. I got it.
Perfect. And then I do have another Instagram for my jewelry, and I and so I guess that's the other social link I want to promote. I feel like maybe no one's into jewelry, but haha, you're so amazing. That's the other one. You have all my Instagrams. Yeah, the second one's for my jewelry, so yeah, if you think you ever might be into it or you just are curious about seeing the kind of shit I make, that's weird. No, yes, yep. And that was the thing I was gonna totally promote. So that was like the last.
Do you do dances on your Instagram?
On my first Instagram, Skyestang is where I post all my dances. So just like my regular selfies, I'll post. So like I have some of my stream cosplays on the first one, Skystang. I posted them on there, and then I'll have my dances and stuff. So I kind of using that one as my main one, and I'm trying to transition the other one into a business one. But there are still some like guinea pig videos on my jewelry one and stuff. I did
Oh,
just make a TikTok,
oh, I need to follow
and
you.
I'm like just literally last night made my first guinea pig video, but one of the texts got messed up. So I'm actually probably gonna, when we finish stream tonight, I'm probably gonna end up reworking this guinea pig video. Um, I'm just kind of like not sure if I want to create a second TikTok or put it all on this because I feel like I'm rated M for mature and some of my stuff is like that. But I'm worried about how many kids use TikTok. Like maybe I should have a second account. I don't know. But I'm just going to go ahead and post it on this one for now.
I think you should post your dancing clips, like with the
Yes.
lights and stuff. That was pretty cool.
Yeah,
And
apparently it's like big on TikTok. So I finally made one. And my dad, my old grumpy dad, um, is obsessed with TikTok. So I figured I would make a bunch of guinea pig videos because that would make him very happy.
aw.
So definitely. And I think people would love the guinea pig videos. So probably
Yeah,
didn't do some guinea pig and dancing videos
I know a
someday.
lot of success stories when it comes to growing your Twitch from TikTok, but also like small businesses use TikTok a lot to promote their jewelries and other artsy stuff. So
Yeah. I was kind of like, should I have two and like, but I don't know. And now
um
I know my dad's just my dad's a weirdo. Like, I'm a weirdo, but like just try to picture like my dad. He's a weirdo. Yeah, he's just like 76 and retired and he just scrolls TikTok all day apparently. That's what my mom says.
it's a great it's like YouTube except, really short.
Yeah, like shorter. Yeah, and
So
he really liked YouTube before this. So,
I think
yeah,
it's a
he's a
great coping thing for if you don't have hobbies.
yeah. Yep, and he probably needs some more hobbies, but that's okay cuz I'm just going to make a ton of guinea pig videos and make my dad very happy cuz
Aw,
he loves the guinea pigs.
that's awesome. That was all my questions. Does chat have any more questions? Even we can
Yeah,
try
if
to
you have
catch
any
up.
random questions or
Mm.
horror related questions, I'm like kind of an open book, I guess. I don't know if you guys got that from my interview. I'm very open about
I like
things.
that about you, and I think my chat really liked you too.
Yeah, I think you just get to know people better. I mean, if anyone hears something and they decide they don't like me, then I'm just making then that's the natural how it would have happened anyway as they got to know me, I guess. I don't know. Oh my gosh. I'm thinking about all of the scary games I've ever played and they're all so good.
I gotta make sure I add you on Steam.
I already added you.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Okay.
I already added you on Steam.
I'm gonna.
I too cuz like so I feel like when I oh shit, I'm sorry. I started Steam big picture and anyway. Um I feel like I try to rate scary games so that if people like look at me and look under my reviews, it'll be like me kind of saying what I thought of a scary game. And maybe if someone knows their interests as my like that might help them decide if they want to get it or whatever. Um
I would, but I'm so bad at, you know, reviewing, or I'm bad at writing and reading and all that.
yeah,
Speaking.
like there's some, I try to make it short and sweet, but I wish I like did more in-depth reviews for horror stuff too. Cuz I feel like, just some of like even some of the games we had talked about and stuff, it's like there's always something that somebody else doesn't know about or whatever. I mean, in that one game I mentioned Little Misfortune, like a lot of people wouldn't consider it a horror just cuz it's doesn't seem like a horror, but it is. Oh, it is horrifying. I mean, wow. Yeah.
Hi, Scary Daydream. How are you?
I so I've had one stream where I started Resident Evil 0 and then whenever I do finish that, I haven't streamed in a week. I've been like dealing with some stress that's keeping me from streaming right it's very weak, I guess. But I'm gonna finish Resident Evil Zero, and then I'm gonna replay. I think I want to replay all of the Resident Evils. I've been
You
wanting
should.
to do it since Christmas. I was like, what if I do a Resident Evil Christmas? That would be really cool.
I can't tell
But
you how many friends I made this year because of Resident Evil.
it's such a good series. Yeah, I've just I know when I actually play it, I'm gonna be really pissed off about the doors, but I just want to really replay Resident Evil like 1 right now. So I just have to finish 0 so that I can replay 1 because I want to replay 1. And then once I replay 1, I want to replay 2. Okay. But then 2 and 3 like have some overlapping shit and I'm kind of like which do I play in order? But anyway, I want to replay them all. That's what I've decided.
You
Except
should.
I mentioned this earlier, I've never played 5 or 6.
They were my least favorite.
Yeah, I've watched somebody play them and I just kind of like didn't think it had the same vibe as the other Resident Evil games and I just wasn't interested.
Yeah, it didn't. Not a lot of puzzles. It was all action. Hey Crow, how are you? And thank you, Scary Dream. Uh, Dead by Default says you were fantastic. What game are you playing now? What were you playing?
Oh, so that was the question I just answered. That was
Yeah.
just restarted Resident Evil 0.
Oh yeah, that was last week.
I think.
PSN says no questions, but I will say, Skye, you wanna follow from me? I love the interview you're hosting. Looks forward to the future ones. Well, thank you. Have a good night.
Yes, thanks a lot. Oh my god, thank you. I want this cookie so bad. Oh my god, there's just like a fuzz like flying in the air. It's like, what is this? Um,
Is it
I was trying to figure out what
bird?
was the last game I finished, but I don't honestly know. Oh, it's on my stream probably. Maybe it wasn't a horror game. I don't even remember. I want cookies so bad. I'm PMSing and I have some chocolate bars waiting for me when we finish, and I'm really excited about it.
You
I'm gonna
deserve it. It's like a reward for spending so much time with me. We
I
we
have enjoyed my time. The worst thing about this time is that I couldn't eat this whole because I can't eat and talk.
sorry.
You don't need to be sorry.
Our interview
This has been
lasted
so fun.
5 hours.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I don't mind. I just thought it was crazy. Like,
I like kept thinking it wasn't as I don't know. I was like, we'll get done sooner because I wrote down my answers. I had so much fun hanging out with you.
me too.
I didn't realize we were streaming so fucking long. Oh my
like
god.
like I thought yesterday, was it yesterday? I no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was yesterday. We
Yeah,
did
it was
3
last
hours.
night.
I was like, "Oh, I only expected the interview to be 1 hour. I didn't expect 3 hours. This couldn't possibly be the same." And actually, we had so much in common. So much to talk about.
Yes, I had a lot of fun. Just like, I don't know. It's really fun with people who like nerd out over the same stuff as you and you get to like really gush about, you know, it's like people meet me in passing or whatever and they're like, "Oh, what games do you play?" And I like hesitate to answer because they just don't know what games I'm talking about. And like if I'm like, "Oh, I love like horror games or whatever," they're like, "Oh, I play Call of Duty." You know? I play Fortnite and I'm like, "Okay."
Yeah, I totally
They're like, "Do you
can
know about
relate.
Fortnite?" I'm like, "I don't want to fucking talk about Fortnite." Like, I don't ever like don't waste my time talking about. Yeah, I know about Fortnite. Like I don't know. It's really really fun getting to talk about. Yeah, I'm looking at my list now. Now I'm like so excited to play to play all the scary games.
So
It's
if you
like, yeah, it's the best.
She's gonna be playing a lot of Resident Evil horror games, White Day, and
I got the
more.
White Day. Oh my god! I can play White Day! I totally forgot until this moment. I'm so excited again.
She has her guinea pig streams, her dancing. So definitely check her out, especially since we may do a future collab.
I would love to do a collab with you. I would especially love to, well, yeah, just I look forward to watching more streams, and I especially look forward to when you're playing games that like I know and I've played, and it'll be so fun for me. Oh shit.
Oh, thank you so much, Sarah.
Oh, how cool. It's a hype ass raid.
Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Stardew Valley, nice. Hello, welcome. Uh, weird.
Inside, I've played Limbo and it was so awesome. And I want to play Inside, but I don't own it yet. It
I
does
was
go on,
curious about
like,
those.
they're good. They're very simplified graphics. That's another game where there's no dialogue at all. So, but there is a little bit of,
Yeah.
there's a little bit of a story, but like I had mentioned with Little Nightmares, it's just very, very different when you play those types of games. The immersion is really different when there's just no words and talking.
You had some tech issues, but changed your name on Twitch and had such a computer turned off. Oh man. But I'm glad you still had a great night. Thank you so much for the raid, and thank you to all those who stepped in, and thanks for the follow, the man rocks. Good, how are you?
Yeah. Inside and Limbo are from the same dev.
I'm gonna definitely write that down.
Um, and they can, I think they're normally like $15, but they go on sale for like 7-ish. But I have just not picked it up yet. I
But you,
will someday. And
oh, you,
yeah, it like even just everything. The music is really good. I mean, it's just a very, very good game.
I'm definitely gonna add those to my wish
Oh
list.
my god. I like it's like 3 a.m. for you. I kept you
I
up all night
usually stream
long.
pretty late.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot. Okay, good.
Hello, Lorenzo. So today I'm just interviewing Skye about her Twitch journey, about her interest in horror games and gaming history and personality in general. So, but I just finished asking her all the questions I had, so if chat has questions, feel free to ask. I am primarily a horror streamer. I do play a variety of games as well, for those of you who don't know me. And we both are Resident Evil fans. I'm gonna be doing these types of interviews for the next week, and then I'll switch to Resident Evil 2 Revelations and then Medium the following week.
I then I can just watch you play medium and then I don't have to play medium.
Good night, Scary Dream. That's probably too late. I'm sorry I was behind in the comments, but thank you so much for stopping by.
Yay, thanks for the follow, Manrox. I have really enjoyed getting to know Cersei and her chat, and I don't know, you making connections with people who have similar interests and enjoy the same stuff. It's the best character. Carlos.
I like Jelly Bean. I have cute names for all the characters.
Oh, who's Jilly Bean? Wait, Jill,
Jill.
I'm done.
So I got Jelly Bean,
What? What
Claire
are you saying?
Bear, Risu.
Okay, but who do you hate the most? And why is the answer Barry? Because
Why is
Barry's
it Barry?
he's the worst. I can't believe the just I'm not gonna spoil, just I hate that guy. I don't know why. He's supposed to be a good guy or something. I don't know. Fucking Barry. I hate that guy. I hate him so much.
Why is it Barry?
I don't know what it is. He just rubs me the wrong way, man. He's the worst. But yeah, definitely
Jelly Bean,
Carlos.
definitely for me. And then Claire Bear. I forgot
Yeah,
Ada Beta.
Claire. Claire's definitely Ada.
Cherry
Ada's
Berry.
pretty cool. Yeah, I like about Ada because like her motives are, but she's cool. She's a badass chick. Like, I feel like yeah, she's running around like all superhero-y in like a dress. That's what's up. Isn't she in like this red dress with this crazy slit
Yeah. Hey,
in
girly.
the
Least favorite character is Brad.
I don't
Wait, who's Brad?
isn't he in the first one too?
Oh,
Yeah, I like didn't dislike him as much as I disliked Barry for whatever reason. I
good
just
night, the
really
man rocks. Thanks for
he's
stopping
so cool.
in, and thanks for the follow. Sierra, by the way, is a streamer I met on TikTok, and she is so cool, especially if you
What?
like Pokemon. I definitely
Yeah.
recommend her channel. And she has the best TikToks, like the most innovative and creative and just aesthetically beautiful. So, like, I know that sounds weird, but when you see it, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Visually compelling.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah, there you
yeah.
go.
They make your eyes like it's delicious for your eyeballs.
But yeah, I definitely recommend her. And yeah, definitely if you like Pokemon.
I'm
Yeah,
I'm
like
probably gonna
I follow a
play.
lot of people on TikTok, but hers is definitely the most interesting.
I lost my phone. Yeah, I'm just now gonna
Uh,
have to follow everybody on TikTok now that I have one.
do you have a what's your tag?
It's the same
Okay.
one that it
And same with
always.
mine, CBW220.
Yeah, I was like, I know I should know now your reaction to this is the same as my it's the same one. Oh my god. Nothing's more delicious for your eyeballs than Mountain Dew or sticky. Delicious and sticky.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you, the man rocks, and I do follow uh those who are also um you know Twitch talkers. I don't know if that's a proper. I'm sure that's the proper term. But yeah.
Yeah, if you want to see my guinea pigs, I haven't made anything yet, but it's probably mostly going to be my guinea pig. They're so cute. You need
They're
to
very
know
cute.
about that. I need to share them with the world. Cersei, thank you so much for having me. I literally had the best time just geeking out with you over and getting to know you. I was like listening to all the answers last night when we were watching Queens, and I don't know. I'm excited to see the other interviews and meet the other people you're talking to because already I think everyone's so awesome. And yeah, I was like excited for some of my answers. I was like, oh, I think this is gonna like surprise everyone or like interests. It'll be
It was
different than
pretty.
what they're expecting.
It was pretty fun and interesting, and I'm really glad we got to do this.
Thank you for having me, and
Thanks
I
so much for
loved
your
your
time.
idea. Should I sign off so you can say goodbye to stream?
Um, sure. I'll try. I'm going to look for someone to read.
Okay. Thank you, chat. You guys have been so kind and wonderful, and thanks everyone for um, chatting with us and having me. Thank you. You're the best. Okay,
Thank
bye.
you. Oh, I'm so big. I like this. Okay. So I am gonna be ending my stream shortly. Like I said, this week is really weird. I'm doing more interviews throughout the week. If there's time after those interviews, I'll probably play like short games or Phasmophobia or something, and then we'll go back to playing games. The following week, we're gonna be playing like Resident Evil, Revelations, and some indie horror games, and then Medium will be coming out on the 28th, which is my Twitch anniversary. So that is something I'm really looking forward to. Yeah, that's my plan so far. I'm not used to my camera being this big, it's weird. I'm gonna read someone. I'm not sure who because this is a just chatting stream. Should we read someone who's playing a horror game? That's what I primarily play. If you're new here, I primarily play horror games, particularly indie horror or Resident Evil. Sometimes I'll play other games too, like Call of Duty or Minecraft or um, just random games like that. Okay, I think I'll read I don't know. Well, thank you, Sarah. I really like your content. Thank you so much for the read. I appreciate you. You guys definitely need to check her out. I'm not just being nice. She is really a great content creator and she works really hard and deserves deserves to grow. I think I'm gonna raid Queen. She's the one we interviewed last night. She's playing Visage, which is an indie horror game, and it's a really good game. But yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and raid her. Cause I don't know who else to raid. Come if you want. If not, have a great night. Have a great weekend. I'll be back later tonight playing maybe some community games. And then we'll do more interviews on Sunday and Monday, which are my days off. But it's only for this week only. I'm doing interviews for this week only. Thanks, Becky. Yeah, I'll be back around 10 p.m. Eastern time. So thanks all for hanging out. I appreciate you. Good night. Bye. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.